All right, shalom everybody. I hope my voice came in good and clear from your side. We are live in Rumble and YouTube. Before we start today, I just loaded a video, short video. Some of you sending me, I saw many messages saying there's someone asking for donation. He called himself Christian Prince 11, something like that. I don't know, I mean, how much we know about the internet. But if you click at my account, you will find that I have 199,000 subscribers. A scammer, he will not have a massive, this is number one sign. It might be if he hacked my account, But when somebody use somebody name, not only me, if you know the person, let us say somebody want to use the name of David Wood, all right? Okay, well, you know that David Wood, he have you go to his life, you know the life? He post live, he have big subscribers numbers. Not somebody just made an account yesterday and posted some videos. So use your brain. Number two, I said a billion times, I don't ask people for donation. I don't. You know what I don't mean? If people want to donate by themselves, thank you. I don't. I go live. I go offline. I don't say anything about donation. I have my Patreon there. Sometimes it shows, sometimes it doesn't show. Like now, it doesn't show. But I don't ask you for donation. So don't come to me and say somebody. Is it true? CP asking me for donation for Nigeria, for orphanage in Nigeria. In case you do not know, Nigeria is a rich country, but this country is full of thieves, scammers. They are the last African country actually need donation. They have a lot of treasure, oil, etc. However, my advice to you, before we start, never donate to any orphanage in the world. Any. You know what any mean? Any. Anti-online, it can be a scam. If you want to donate, you can donate only if you know them for real, those people, like physically, not somebody in the internet using somebody else's name. So you know them for real. Or maybe you went there and you see what they do. Like, what I did when I went to Ukraine. I went to a church, very poor people, they are building a small tiny church. They bought a building, I mean, it's a collapsed building to make it a church. And there's orphans, so I supported them. But if I did not see them, if I do not know them, I will not donate. Because I know that in Ukraine or any other countries, there's a lot of scammers. It's a fact. So if you are a fool, it's your fault. God did not say to you, be stupid. I heard of somebody saying he adopted a child in Africa. Okay, how you know? How you know that the money you send every month, they send you a picture of a kid? Are you serious? Thank you for adopting me. I know what to say. So people are naive. The one who have this fake organization, he might be sitting in 5-star hotels enjoying your money. And he is hoping that more fool will send more money. By the way, if you want to adopt me, go ahead. I'm orphans, Yeah. Lord have mercy, what I can say. So I warn you, all right? And if you are a foolish person, this is your fault. Why Christian Prince will go and ask you, okay, I go live every day. How come I did not say it? People make me upset, man. I know what's saying. All right. So going to our topic. Actually, I don't really feel good. I was sleeping for 5 hours. Can you believe it? I have a very unpleasant day. I have a headache for some reason. Anyway, a Muslim, he don't want to go online. He don't want to talk. He sound like a nice guy, and he said, but he's upset from me. he said that yes, I provide proofs and reference, and like I show it in the screen, but I don't give the Islamic interpretation. I give my own interpretation. And I said, like what? He said, as an example, you make fun of the story. I heard you just today. I mentioned it, right? Today, yeah. You made fun of a Prophet Muhammad, how he received, you know, revelation, and you mentioned too how he Khadija made her father drunk. He said at that time he is not a prophet, so you cannot judge him for something he did in the past. Do you Christian judge people for their past? So he is saying, yeah, like I am being not fair with Muhammad. And here, you find something very funny, because according to Muslims, Muhammad was a prophet before Adam was created. And I can show you the hadith. He said, I was a prophet, and Adam was between the sand and water, sand and dust, like he is not even created. So saying, do you judge a person for the past before he become prophet, is a false analogy, because it's against your belief. Speaking about Muhammad receiving revelation, I want any Muslim to show me one prophet he received revelation in the way Muhammad he received. You see, Muslims, you adopt many names from the Old Testament and even from the New Testament. Name one for me. He received revelation from his God as Muhammad received it. If we go to the story, and if I try to imagine, if I try to imagine how Jibril looked like, I cannot find better than this picture you see in the screen. I hope you like this Jibril. Jibril was white. Muslim, they call him Muhammad. He stole names from the Bible, insulting the Holy Spirit, saying that Jibril, the one who gave him inspiration, is the Holy Spirit. And this is the first stupid mistake Muhammad he came with, exposing himself. Because according to Islam, angels are not holy. They are sinners. Remember, in the Quran, the angels accuse Allah that he will create someone who will do mischievement regarding Adam. Allah, he taught Adam the names, and he asked the angels to tell the names if they are truthful, which means he accused them to be liars. The angels, they fail, which means they are not truthful. And Allah, he commanded the angels to bow down to Adam because of what they have done. So there was a penalty. He commanded angels to bow down to Adam. So how in the world Holy Spirit will bow down to Adam? Secondly, how a spirit will bow down to a man? How you call Adam Holy Spirit in the same time he is not a spirit? So this is how stupid Islam is, and obviously they are so confused about what is a spirit and what is not a spirit. Adam, he came to, Jibril, according to Muhammad, he came to him as a man, perfect man, and in the normal way he is, let us say, the real image he have a six-stranded wings. So he is not a spirit. He is a physical being according to Islam. So how you call him holy and how you call him a spirit if angels in Islam are not holy and angels in Islam are not spirit? So Muhammad, as a thief, he steals names. He stole, he steals names from the Persian, from the Sabians, from the Ethiopian, from the Indian, from the Christians, from the Jews, and he put it in the book, and he called that book Quran. But today we will go to the story of how Muhammad receive revelation. And I apologize, I will not stay for long because really I don't feel good. All right, and when I say it, you know me, I don't complain about my health. Thank God, I'm very fine. But today I don't feel good. But I wanted to help this gentleman, him and his family, and I guess his wife next to him now. She is listening. All right. So let us go and see what we have here. This is how the story, how the angel supposedly came to Muhammad. The first revelation Allah Messenger received was the true vision in a sleep. Okay. And every vision he saw came like bright gleam of dawn. He then became fond of solitude, and would go alone to the cave on Hira. Okay. Here we have to stop a little bit. And find what this is about here. You know, I like to go step by step, not to jump, because here there's something funny happened. When the Muslim, they say he received revelation, a vision, you know, this is confusing. You might think like the same as other prophets, you know, like a dream. No, this is not a dream. This is something else. I will show you. Muhammad, when he is sitting in his room, he see someone sitting or standing in the corner of his room, but he don't talk to him. That is the vision we are talking about. This is the book of As-Sirah An-Nabawiyya, written by Ibn Hisham, biography of the scammer Muhammad. I'm not sure why there's no sound. Hold on. I don't hear a sound. Not sure why there's no sound. Okay, let us see. I want to click the setting. Give me a second. It should have a sound. Why it's not having a sound?
Biography of the Prophet, Ibn Hisham.
Okay. So the biography of Muhammad, and here it says, Imtihanu Khadija Burhanul Wahi. What does that mean?
Khadija's test is proof of revelation.
So the title of the book here, or the chapter, and this is the book, you see the name, variant number 1, page number 239. And you see the hadith number. So Khadija, she had her own special test to examine the revelation. So the first proof of Muhammad revelation was Khadija. But how she did it? It says here in page number 239 that Khadija, she been told by Muhammad that he sees somebody he come to his room, but he don't talk to him. He sit in the corner. So she told him, okay, next time when he come to you, would you please tell me? She want to do something.
On the authority of Khadija, may God be pleased with her, she said to the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace. O cousin, can you tell me about this friend of yours who comes to you if he comes to you?
Here you notice that Khadija, she is speaking to Muhammad as if he is a kid. Can you tell me about your friend Sahibuka, in Arabic Sahibuka? Why this person, he come every day and he don't talk? Muhammad told her that he see him every day. He sit in the corner, he don't talk to him. And here you notice right away that the story not only doesn't make sense, it's so stupid, and Muhammad obviously have a mental illness. Why Muhammad don't try to do something with this guy, like hold him, I mean, a guy in your home, in the corner of your room. How in the world does it work? So Khadija now she is talking to him as if he's a kid. Okay, honey, when you see your friend next time, can you tell me please? Okay. So Muhammad he said to her, all right. Like Muhammad never thought of calling his wife to see what he see. He's waiting for her to ask him. You know what I mean?
He said, yes. She said, if it comes to you, tell me about it. So Gabriel, peace be upon him, came to him as he used to do, and the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said.
So, okay, honey Muhammad, if you see him, can you please, you know, can you tell me about him? It's like a kid, you know. You are seeing a monster? All right, okay. Next time you see him, can you tell me? All right. Muhammad is okay. All right. And then Jibril came again as he used to do all the time. All the time. Jibril always, I mean, and Muslim right away now they are calling him Jibril. Remember at that moment, Muhammad do not know who's the guy.
Then Gabriel, peace be upon him, came to him as he used to do.
You know, I hate this website because each time I try to translate, this window will open. Let me see if I can find a different website. You see this window appear, which is very stupid window. Very disturbing. Okay. Let us see if we can use this website instead. All right. So Jibril, he came as usually he used to come and do. And then Muhammad, he said to Khadija, hey, Khadija, he's here. And the funny, look, he do not know who is he, and he said, this is Jibril. I mean, do you see how stupid the story? Supposedly Muhammad at that moment, he do not know who is this guy.
The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said to Khadija, O Khadija, this is Gabriel who has come to me.
See? How he do not know who is he? She said to him, you're a friend. This is why she called him a friend, because supposedly at that time, they don't know who is he. He don't talk to him yet. Muhammad, first time he heard the word Jibril, according to Muhammad, is when Khadija, she took him to her cousin, Waraq ibn Nawfal, and he told her the name of this person who is meeting Muhammad. He told her this is Jibril. Before that moment, Muhammad do not know anything about Jibril. So how here he's saying to her, hey, Jibril is here. The story is stupid again. So Jibril now he came, and look what happened now. I mean, all those websites, they have a stupid window in the top of it. Look, we finished from that website, we have this little share. And so she said, okay, my cousin, go and sit in the top of my left thigh. Where?
She said, get up, cousin, and sit on my left thigh.
Who? Khadija, remember, what is the title of this book? The Examination of the Inspiration. The test. A prime test if the revelation Muhammad receiving is authentic or not. So what the first step we do? Okay, Muhammad, stand up and sit on my left thigh. You know, guys, I don't know. I cannot be married. I cannot be. Now I have a reason to get married. How in the world now, if I became a prophet, I will know if I'm a prophet or not. I need a woman thigh. how I can prove to myself and to the world that I am truly a prophet of God if there's no women? I sit in her lap. I mean, have you ever heard of a man? I mean, I know that the women sit in the lap, but the man sit in her lap. I mean, how small Muhammad was. Like maybe Khadija, she was like a truck, and Muhammad was like a dwarf. Okay, honey, sit here. No, here, my left thigh. Okay, here. Okay. So now Muhammad, she told him to sit down on the top of her left thigh, and she said to him, it says here,
"Get up, cousin, and sit on my left thigh," he said. So the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, got up and sat on it.
Okay, so now things are getting more interesting. All right, I like that. You know, this is now we are talking. This is a true prophet of God. You know, women, legs and hips, and oh, that's good. Okay, so now he is sitting in the top of her left thigh. So just to make you understand the situation. And then she said to him, after he sat in her left thigh, she said to him, "Do you see him?"
She said, "Do you see him?" He said, "Yes."
Oh. Okay. So he sat in her left thigh. "Do you see him in the corner there, honey?" "Yes, I see him. He's there, still there looking at me." Okay. So now Khadija, she discovered that the left thigh, if he sit in the left thigh, still he can see him. All right. So she said, okay, go and sit in the top of my right thigh. So now Muhammad, he changed his position, and he said,
She said, "Then turn around and sit on my right thigh." She said, so the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, turned and sat on her right thigh.
unbelievable. I know. Guys, if you ever see me in public sitting in a women's thigh, don't think I'm doing something wrong. Don't think about me badly, please. I know you. I'm just trying to find out if I'm a prophet of Allah or not. All right? This is very well-known method for us Middle Eastern Arab to check out our direction of God. So, okay, honey, sit in the top of my right thigh. The first left thigh, he still see him. Okay, the right thigh. And now Muhammad, he sat in her right thigh. So, and she said, okay. Now, after he sat in her right thigh, she said, "Do you see him?" He said, "Yes." Oops, what? You still see him? Okay.
Her right thigh. She said, "Do you see it?" He said, "Yes." She said, "Turn around and sit on my lap."
Oh, now we are talking. Now we are in business. I hope the gentleman who said to me, I am not being fair speaking about Muhammad, is listening. This is your books, my friend. This is not a book written by Christian Prince. This is not a Christian, writing lies about Muhammad or Jews or Hindus. This is your books. This is Khadija, and this is Muhammad reporting what happened. This is something happened in the bedroom. No one saw it. No Muslim saw it except Khadija and Muhammad. So the story is coming from Khadija and Muhammad himself. Now, I like this story, honestly. People, if you see somebody sitting on the top of a woman, don't think wrongly. I know you. He is just trying to find out if he is a messenger of Allah or not. All right. So you will notice that this guy, let us say you go to the beach. You see a guy first, he sit in the left thigh of that woman. She's wearing bikini. May Allah bless her. And then he moved to the right thigh. He's not doing anything wrong. And then he moved and sit in the top of her in a position of sex. Still he is not having sex. You are dirty. Your dirty mind making you think bad about what's going on. This is was an act of a prophet of God. This is godly act. So she said to him, sit in the top of my on top of me. And then Muhammad, as usual, Muhammad don't even, I mean, imagine how Muhammad, how obedience he is, like a kid. Sit in my left thigh. He don't say why. I mean, shouldn't the man say, what the heck, what are you talking about? Don't be silly. No, he said, okay, sit now in my right thigh. Okay. Like, shouldn't you ask the guy who spoke to me, his name is Ahmed. Hey, Ahmed, are you listening? Text in the chat. Don't worry. I mean, no people will know that it's you. It's okay. It's okay. Shouldn't Muhammad ask, what are you talking about? I see somebody in the corner, and now my wife is asking me to sit in her lap or have her legs move from this leg to this leg, move to in the top of me. Shouldn't he ask, what are you doing? Muhammad is just doing what she wish, as if he is just a child. So she said to him, okay, go and sit in the top of my lap. And she said, after he said, let us read here.
Then she turned and sat on my lap. She said, so the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, turned and sat on her lap. She said, do you see him? He said, yes.
Still he can see him. 3 positions. Left thigh, right thigh, and the top of her. Now, things is going to get crazy. Khadija, she started taking off her clothes, while Muhammad in the top of her, and she asked him, do you see him?
He said, yes. She was sad and put down her veil while the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, was sitting on her lap. Then she said to him, do you see him? He said no.
What the heck? Muhammad now in the top of Khadija. Khadija, she take off her clothes. She is getting naked. She asked him, do you see him, honey? Muhammad said no, he's gone. Khadija, right away she said, stay in your place. Good news for you. It is an angel, not a shaitan. If. What?
She said, cousin, stand firm and give good news, for by God, he is a king and this is not a devil.
The translation here is wrong, saying king. It says an angel, because the word malak, is confusing. Malak or malak, this is an Aramaic word actually. So she said, good news, great news, stay in the top of me. He for sure he is an angel. Now the Muslims, and the story is stopped here. The Muslim now they explain this saying, if he is an angel, if he's a shaitan, he would love to see sex. Shaitan, he liked to watch porn. Even if it's a man and her husband, like his wife. But now, Khadija, when she took off her clothes, obviously she wanna be boom boom. The angel, he said, that's it. I cannot stay here no more. I have to go. All right? And this is how Khadija, she discovered and examined the first inspiration of a prophet of Allah. Now the question to the Muslims, have you ever heard of any prophet, even in India, he received revelation from his god Shiva, buy striptease and buy boom boom. Same time, why shouldn't ask him from the beginning, let us have boom boom? Why we need lift leg and light leg and show you one boob, show me the second boob, you know, booby trap. Just go for the business. Take off your panty, jump in the bed, come here, honey. Do you see him? No, he's gone. That's it. It's a good news. So when you Muslims say, I am exaggerating in making fun of Muhammad, I don't know who is making fun of Muhammad, me or you. All right? A different story. At the end of the story, Khadija, she inserted Muhammad under her clothes. Like, what the heck? How small Muhammad is? Like, how he can go under her skirt?
May God bless him and grant him peace between her and her shield.
So this is what they meant in the hadith here, that Muhammad, he received vision, not in a sleep, he's awake. Every vision, you see, we stop here, we did read one line. You see, one line can do with the Christian Prince, we have to read a book. And then Muhammad, he went to the cave of Hira or Harra, where he engaged like in being lonely to meditate. And then, brother, once upon the time, the angel came to him and said, I remember here, I want Muslims and Mr. Ahmed and his wife to read with me the stupidity of the translator. Recite. What he said to him? Recite. This is your translation, not mine. Don't blame me. Okay. How in the world, Muhammad, he says, I am not a reciter? What? What? I mean, I don't know how stupid the one who come with this story. Like, recite first is an English word, mean to say something is already in your memory. It cannot be recite. So the translation is stupid. In Arabic it says iqra. Iqra in Arabic is actually, it's not an Arabic word too, it's an Aramaic. It's coming from qarra wa ra'a. Qarra, he moved his lips, and ra'a mean he saw. So he say what he saw, reading. But either recite, or even if we make it repeat or make it read, none of them work. Why? Because recite is from the memory. Repeat is just to repeat. Why Muhammad will say I cannot repeat? You just did. Why Muhammad will say I cannot recite? You just did. He just asked you for one word, recite. What do you mean? Muhammad should ask him what I should recite, what, or should read what. And this is my understanding, but the Abdul understanding is different, so we have to go with their understanding. So if it's recite, it's stupid. If it is repeat, it's stupid, because anyone can. Muhammad, he already repeat. Hey Muhammad, repeat. Muhammad says, I cannot say repeat. Like you just did. He just told you one word. And then the angel, he took me and he squeezed me. And by the way, if it's mean read, which is most likely, that means the stupid story doesn't match with Allah as God Almighty. Don't you know that Muhammad cannot know, who do not know how to read, how to write according to Muslims? You see, if Allah says to Muhammad, read, and Muhammad do not know how to read, and then Muhammad was able to read, that would be a miracle, right? Like Jesus, he said to the dead man, come from the grave. He healed the leper. He made the blind see. Those are people, they are, one lost his life, one lost his vision, one lost his ability to walk, one he, and you know, everyone he have a problem. And the command of Jesus, it happened immediately. So if Allah is God, and He said to Muhammad, read, which is says in Arabic, iqra, which means read, not recite, not repeat. Allah do not know that Muhammad do not know how to read, how to write. Allah is ignorant. Actually, if you just change the translation, like this story reported many places, you know, if you change the translation, the same web page, you will find that the translation is different, just to show you how Muslims are hypocrite liars when they translate. This is why I say a person who tries to learn about Islam using translation, he will never learn anything serious. Look here, the same story, there we saw what? Recite, right? Recite. Here he cut me. Okay, he says to me, he came to me and he says, read. And look here, the answer. The answer here says, I do not know how to read. What? In the previous translation for the same story, they come with the word recite. And then they says, Muhammad says, I am not a reciter. In this translation here, Muslims, they say, Muhammad, he says, after the angel told him to read, I do not know how to read. And actually, this is the correct translation. Ma ana biqari, he was asking. In fact, no, not correct, sorry. Ma ana biqari, he's asking what I should read. But those stupid Abdul who don't have they have a very bad Arabic. You see, the Muslim, they claim that they are very good in Arabic. Ma ana biqari, ma ana biakil, ma ana. So he's asking what I should read. The Muslims understood it, and we have to go with their understanding, not ours. I do not know how to read. They will say to you, okay, Christian Prince is right, it goes both, but obviously, Prophet of Allah, he is saying, I do not know how to read, because he do not know how to read. If he say, what I should read, that means he knows how to read. So the Muslims adopt the meaning of, I can't read. Okay, I will go with it. But look what happened here. If Allah is saying to Muhammad, read, and Muhammad says, I do not know how to read. And then the angel, he squeezed him, he held him forcefully, and he pressed him hard, and to the point he could not bear it anymore. And then he released me, and again he asked me to read. Why he's doing that? The guy he just told you, he can't read. Right? The angel already heard Muhammad saying, I do not know how to read. And the angel of Allah should know that Muhammad do not know how to read. So we are squeezing him. What is the violence for? And then I replied, I do not know how to read. Second time. And then thereupon again, the angel, he hold Muhammad, squeeze him like a mayonnaise, and nothing came out until he could not breathe. Why he's doing that? I mean, even explaining a sentence is going to be violence. Are we treating a donkey? Is that a dog? Sit down. He don't sit down. You hit him in the back of his tail to teach him that you need your butt go down. Why is he squeezing him? Explain to him. Muhammad again been squeezed for a second time. He can't breathe no more. He released him almost dead. And then Muhammad, he said to him, I told you, I do not know how to read. And look here what the Muslims, they put between two brackets. What Christian Prince, he said to you a few seconds ago. Or what shall I read? You see the stupidity? How it can be both, either one. They are confused. See the religion of the Abdul? See the stupidity of the Abduls? So first time says, he said, I do not know how to read. Second time, I do not know how to read. And now is saying here, or between two brackets, what I shall read. Like, hold on. If Muhammad do not know how to read, what do you mean what I shall read? So do Muhammad knew how to read or he don't? When I say stupidity is amazing, I mean it. Thereupon, the angel, he caught me to the third time. Everything in Islam is a three. You see, they make fun of you and your Trinity. But even Muhammad, when been squeezed, he been squeezed 3 times. Everything in Islam is based on number 3. They shout Allahu Akbar 3 times. They take oath 3 times. When they do ablution, they have to wipe their hand, their ears, their etc., their feet 3 times. Everything 3 times. If a Muslim divorces his wife, she have to stay home for 3 months. Allah made Mary not to speak for 3 days. Same for Zechariah. Islam is based on 3. Muhammad, Jibril, Allah. Allah, the most important names is Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Allah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. 3 names. The multiplies of the names of Allah are 99 names. Everything in Islam is based on number 3. So now Muhammad been squeezed for the 3rd time. And the question is, what the squeezing for? And then after he's squeezing for 3rd time and Muhammad cannot breathe no more, he raised him and he said, read the name of your Lord, who has created all that exists, created the man from a clot, which is stupid, by the way, because a human being is not created from a clot of a blood. So when you read this story, okay, why he did not, okay, from the beginning, Muhammad, he said to him, I do not know how to read. The angel say, read, and okay, just tell him the verses. Why you, what the squeeze, okay, what happened before a squeezing and after a squeezing? Do Muhammad now know how to read? No. So why he squeezed him? And if Muhammad do not know how to recite, how he can recite it? And why he cannot recite is something stupid. Just say what I'm saying. So if it's read, it doesn't make sense. If it's recite, it doesn't make sense. If it is repeat, it doesn't make sense. And squeezing involved. Plus, you will notice here that this is a chapter 96, verse 1 and 2 and 3. The whole chapter given to Muhammad is 3 verses. Okay, hold on. How the Muslim, they say to us, the Quran never been corrupted, and the chapter number 1 given to Muhammad right now in the Quran is a chapter number 96. Huh? Remember, the Quran never been corrupted, right? Yet, what is given to Muhammad number 1 became 96. 96 at the end of the Quran. The Quran, according to the Quran today, the most popular Quran, they have 114 chapters. And by the way, how in the world we can call this one a chapter? 3 lines, read in the name of your Lord. And then Muhammad, he returned with the inspiration in his heart. Sorry, with his heart beating severely. Okay, why? Why the heart of Muhammad beating severely? Remember, already Muhammad, he saw the angel Jibril when his wife, she did a striptease. Right? And remember, Muhammad here in the story, he did not ask this guy, who are you? You are sitting alone in the cave. Somebody came to you. Shouldn't you ask him, why the angel did not say Assalamu alaikum? When the angel came to Mary, he said to her, Shalom unto you, Mary. Blessed you are between the women, correct? For this is the angel of God, he greet with peace. If the angel of God is not greeting you with peace, that means God is angry from you. You are not a good person. Muhammad never been greeted by peace. No shalom. Shalom, Muhammad later, when he met with the Jews, he adopted shalom and he added to his religion. So now, the Jews who say shalom alaykum, it's exactly assalamu alaykum, which Muhammad stole from the Jews after he went to the city of Medina, which is called Yathrib. Muhammad, he killed the Jews, he died the city, and he make it his city. There is no shalom. No shalom. Why the angel of Allah did not greet Muhammad with the greet of Islam? They claim that this is the greet of Islam. So the first encounter of talk between the angel of Allah and Muhammad, no shalom. And violence. All right? Someone has another live of your copy channel right now. Is that the same guy asking for donation? Maybe it's time to report this filthy. What he is calling his life? Can you tell me what he is calling his life now, so we can search it and report him? Let me know. Yeah, I searched for Christian Prince 11. I did not find any. But let me see if I can find such a scammer. Yeah, they told me this is the guy asking for donation. Let me see. I will try to find his channel so I can report him by myself. Yeah, I don't see anyone with such, such a channel. Yeah, you guys, if you see him, report him right away. All right? Just report him. Anyone he asks for donation in my name, report him right away. If somebody broadcasting my video, that's fine. But somebody asking for donation, you report him right away for a scam. All right? All right. Yeah. So anyway, anytime you find somebody, anyone, any account, click at his name, report for a scam. YouTube will notice that this guy is doing a scam. They will notice because they can read all his messages. All right? So when somebody he do that, click at his name, even if it's not his like life, like it is, make a comment. Comment. Some people they say, I am supporting orphans, etc. Please support us. Making. Click at the name, report, and choose scammer, and YouTube will block him because they can read all his messages. He's posting the same thing everywhere. All right. So as you see here, Muhammad now he go home and his heart is beating severely. He went to Khadija, the wife again, the one she did striptease, and he said to her, cover me, cover me. Muhammad is shivering. Muhammad is shivering, and this, it says here, they covered him till his fear was over. Fear. Do you see the word fear? Do you see it? Why Muhammad is on fear? How come when the angel Jibril in the Quran came to Mary, she was not, and she is a woman. She's a woman. Who should fear more? She's a woman, a female. She did not cover herself and start snoring like a camel. Muhammad, he is shivering, his heart beating severely, and they say, cover me. How many times we saw Muslims says, if you convert to Islam, you feel peace? This is Muhammad himself. He is not feeling peace. He is terrified. And then after that, he said to her, what happened to him? He said, and read with me carefully, I fear that something wrong happened to me. The translation is not accurate. Something bad happened to me. Muhammad is admitting that he have a mental issue. If you go and read about symptoms of people who are suffering from mental issues, you will find a lot of similarity. They imagine things, they hear things, they freak in the ground, they go unconscious, and this has happened tons of times to Muhammad since he was a kid, and when he's adult, and when he is a grown man, old man. All right. Khadija suddenly, she said to him, Allah will never disgrace you. Muhammad is not sure, but Khadija is sure. I don't know who is the prophet. Muhammad did not know if the angel he sees is an angel or shaitan, but Khadija, by striptease, she knew. Khadija is the expert. She is the prophet. And then Khadija, she took him to Waraq ibn Nawfal, who is supposedly a Christian, or he converted to Christianity, but obviously is a false form of Christianity. All right. And here you see it says, and this person, Waraqa, he used to write the writing with Hebrew letters. He would write from the gospel in Hebrew as much as Allah wished him to write. This is extreme important information. The Muslim, they say that our Bible is corrupted, right? This is the man who made Muhammad a prophet. If he is writing a Bible, a corrupted Bible, that means Muhammad is a corrupt. He is the one who announced him as a prophet. He is the one who told him this is Jibril. He is the one who advised him during his life until he died. And when this man, he died, Muhammad, right? Become an Islamic figure, like the first one who announced him, deliver him as a messenger of God is Waraqa. But now we see that this person is writing with Hebrew letters. He would write from the gospel in Hebrew as much as Allah wished him to write. Here there's an issue with this story. Just to show you how stupid Islam is. Remember this story here. Here it says he is writing in Hebrew what Allah allow him to write. Okay, hold on. Why he is going to write in Hebrew a Bible which is already in Hebrew? Any Muslim? Why he's writing, he's copying from a Hebrew book, writing in Hebrew. The story changed, the bent on the mood of Muslims. In different hadith it says he was writing in Arabic a Bible. He's copying, not fabricating, he's copying. If we go we search for the same hadith here. Look what happened. This is why you cannot trust any Islamic stories. This is the same story. Suddenly the book is written what? In Arabic. He was a Christian convert and used to read the gospel in Arabic. What language? Arabic. What happened to the Hebrew? This is the same story. We go down. We see here the same story. He used to write in Hebrew. Okay. Arabic, Hebrew. Which one? Islam. The same story again. He became a Christian and he used to write the Arabic. He used to write what? The Arabic writing. And he used to write of the gospel in Arabic. Which story is the correct one? All of them, they are authentic. All of them, they are sahih. All the stories are authentic. The three stories I just showed you, all are authentic. Which means Muhammad, the liar, he repeated the lie many times, but each time he gave different details. All right? To make it simple, there is no prophet of God he received messages in such a stupid way, where the prophet himself did not know that he became a prophet. The angel did not explain to him what he is now, what he should do. He just told him, read in the name of your Lord. He did not even tell him that I'm an angel. To the point now Muhammad, he is asking for help. He go to who? To a Khadija. Khadija is not even a Muslim. The one who is helping Muhammad to know that he is a prophet of God, they are not Muslims. Are you with me? So imagine if I live in Thailand and then the angel of God spoke to me, and then I go to the priest of the one I believe they are liars, and he tell me you become a prophet. This Waraqa, he believed what? He believed that Jesus is God. Based on Islam, Waraqa believed that Jesus is God. How somebody believed that Jesus is God? He acknowledged Muhammad to be a prophet of God, and the prophet of God himself, he could not acknowledge himself that he is a prophet of God. And what make it even more stupid, that this person who never met Jibril, never saw Jibril all his life, he told Muhammad, this is the same as the Namus, i.e. Jibril, the angel who kept the secrets. Have you ever heard of such a thing? The Namus, i.e. Jibril, i.e. he is in charge of secrets. How he knew that this is an angel, not a shaitan? How he knew that maybe this guy is seeing an illusion? That's it. This is Jibril. And then, whom had Allah sent to Moses? Allah, he sent to Moses an angel? Muslims, Allah, he sent an angel to Moses? Isn't it your stupid religion, all of it, call Moses Kalimullah, which means the one who spoke directly to Allah? I mean, do you see how stupid the story, the fabrication? You Muslims like in a criminal. He go, the police capture him, and they are investigating. Each time they spank his ass, he did give different story. How Allah, he sent an angel to Jibril? Muslim, can you show me the story from Islam where Allah, he sent an angel to Jibril? All your religion says that Moses spoke directly to Allah. And here we need to ask ourselves, no, Waraqa is not an ex-Christian. Waraqa, according to Muslims, he is a Christian, not ex-Christian. He is Allah worshipper. He was a pagan worshipping Allah, the same as Quraysh, and then he became a Christian, not ex-Christian. According to Muslim, Waraqa never converted to Islam. Never. All right? According to me, Waraqa is the real father of Muhammad. If you read my book, you will see my evidence. The sister of Waraqa, she offered Muhammad, according to Muslims, 100 camel to F her when he was going to F the mother of Muhammad. And I use the word F because they were not marrying. Those Arab, they don't get married. Even at that time, they have something called Zawaj or Raht. The women, she F 10, 20, 30 men. It's up to her how many. And then when she gave birth, she called the father. She said, you are the father, and the man accept. So Waraqa, obviously, he was sleeping with the mother of Muhammad. He asked his sister to take the attention of Muhammad's father and even offer him money not to go to Amina to boom her. And that's why the story says, when after she offered him 100 camel, which means Muhammad's father was a jigalo, because the man who get money for sex is a jigalo, right? And the 100 camel story doesn't make sense. I mean, 100 camel to boom with her? I will do it for 50 camel. 100 camel? That's expensive. This guy, he scammed you. Anyway, so Waraqa, obviously, he is his father. In fact, we will prove it in the same story here. How? Because Waraqa, as soon he died, all right, the divine inspiration stopped. And the prophet, he tried to commit suicide many times. That is something you don't do for somebody, nobody, he died. You have to be someone so close to you. Do you see it? And what is the connection between the death of Waraqa and the revelation? Why the revelation will stop? This guy is not even a Muslim. Because Muhammad was copying from the book which Waraqa writing in Arabic. Remember? He was making a book in Arabic, and that was the Quran. Do you see it? So the one who was giving him verses was Waraqa. Waraqa is not a Christian, even though they say he's a Christian. He's creating his own religion. As at that time, there's many they claim to be prophet, even women, even men, there's many. Like at least 5, 6, 7 people. At the time of Muhammad, In the same territory, they were claiming to be prophet of Allah. One of them, he was claiming to be a prophet of Ar-Rahman. Muhammad, he took the name, he gave it to his God, Rahman al-Yamama. So the man, he was writing a book in Arabic. The Muslim, they claim that this is a gospel. That is the Quran. Muhammad, when Waraqah he died, Muhammad, he did not know what to do. He did not know what to do. Revelation, the source of revelation is gone. And this is proven in what you see in front of you. After a few days, which is not true, it took long for Muhammad to die, to Waraqah to die, the divine inspiration was also paused. And how we know, by the way, that it took long time for Waraqah to die? Because simply, if we go and read the story about the chapter of Al-Fatiha, which is chapter number 1 today in the Quran, remember the story when Muhammad, he go out to do poo-poo? Imagine, the angel, he delivered Quran to Muhammad when he's doing poo-poo. So he go out at night to do poo-poo. The angel, he speak to him at night, says, "Oh Muhammad." And then Muhammad, he run away and the poop are coming from his butt. In that story, Waraqah appear again. He told him, why you don't stand and see what he want to say to you? You will find Waraqah in everything in the life of Muhammad. Even when he was a kid, Muhammad went missing. Nobody can find him. They found him with Waraqah. He was a child. Very young child. All right? Waraqah is his real father. There's no question about it. So Waraqah, he died. Muhammad, he tried to commit suicide. And this is additional proof that Muhammad is mentally ill. Why a person who is a devoted believer in God want to commit suicide? Huh? And he tried to do that many times, several times. And the inspiration stopped coming. This is why you see the uncle of Muhammad, wife, she's saying to him, "Oh Muhammad, your shaitan is not coming to you." So Muhammad, people, they notice that he is not receiving Quran no more. So now Muhammad, he have to find another source to make Quran. This is why you see in the Quran, there's some chapters written in a good language, Arabic language, and the majority of the Quran written in a very stupid, horrible language. It's like, you know, Christian Prince, he make an article in English, and then we post it in with a bunch of articles written by Shakespeare. It's obviously, by reading one line, you will notice that this cannot be Shakespeare writing. This is a person whose English is broken. You know what I mean? So if you speak really good Arabic, you will notice right away how stupid the Quran is. There's nothing there. And we have a proof that Muhammad was copying even from poetry of a Christian man. Poetry of many people before him. We spoke about that before many times. But here now the important, Muhammad wanted to commit suicide because the divine inspiration stopped coming. If Muhammad is receiving revelation from the angel Jibril, which is sent by Allah, why Allah is not sending his angel no more after Waraqah died? Muhammad now is suffering obviously from mental break. Correct? Hey Muslims, do you agree with me? A person, he decided to kill himself, mentally he's broken. And he lost hope. He want to get rid of his life. He could not find a solution beside killing himself. Extreme bad mental issue. He climbed all the way to the mountain, as you see in front of you, and he did that many times, several times. He climbed the mountains because he want to throw himself from the top of the high mountain. And here there's another question about this. Muhammad, why you don't kill yourself by a knife? I mean, you are trying to lose weight before you go to heaven? And what make it more funny, this story, you know, each time you know, Muhammad, he go to the top of the mountain to throw himself, the angel appeared to him. And he tell him, Muhammad, come on, man, you are a prophet of God. Muhammad, he cooled down, he go down to his home. Second day, third day, Muhammad, he come back to kill himself. Why? Because the revelation is not coming. Why Allah don't give him revelation, the guy, poor guy? And here you notice that Muhammad, if Allah is testing Muhammad, Muhammad failed the test, because according to Islam, the one who kill himself, not in jihad, like if you explode yourself in the enemy, it's okay, but killing yourself for nothing, not at war, is against Allah, and you will go to hell. So why a prophet of God, believe in the supposedly the true God, as Muslim they call him, he want to kill himself in such a way, throwing himself from the top of the mountain? I bet you if Muhammad jumped from the tip of the kitchen counter, he would die. Obviously he was very, very unfit physically. This is why he never go to war, he never fight, he never hold a sword. He's always in back, and the men are fighting. Any Abdul? So I hope the friend here and his wife, who they is send me message, he will listen carefully, and he will see that this is all is a stupid story. I do not need the angel to appear to me 20 times to convince me that I'm prophet of God, and go down and then come back in the morning, second day, try to throw myself and keep doing that like a kid. It's like a kid, you know, like, give him candy, he shut up. 2 hours after, you know, give him candies. What is this? Is that a man of God? How Muslim you say Muhammad was wise, he teach us patient, and you know, all those stories about how patient he is and how much wise he is. Is that the wisdom of God? Which prophet he tried to kill himself before Muhammad? Any Muslim can tell me? The only prophet I know is Michael Jackson. He took too much hashish. Muhammad obviously was so much high. Any Abdul? And sadly, at the end of this conclusion of this story, Christian Prince, he cannot be a prophet, because simply in order to be a prophet, I need to examine myself. In order to examine myself, I have to have a wife like Muhammad. She will ask me to sit in the top of her left thigh, and then this is the best part of the prophethood. Each time I see an angel, a woman, she will volunteer. She will ask me to sit in her lap, sit in the top of her. She take off her clothes. That's so beautiful. I like this. Hey Allah, would you hire me? You know. And everybody, every day I want to do this test. I hate the test in the school. I don't even buy books. You know, when I was in school, I don't even like. I used to leave my books in the school. You know, in the school there's like they have a drawer for you. You know, I leave it there. I don't take it home. I hate to carry anything. This is why even when I travel these days, anytime I travel, I don't take with me anything. I came to America, I have no clothes with me. I told you that before, right? When I came first time to USA, they said to me, let us go to get your packages. I said, what packages? I'm just here for a few days. I will buy things from here. I hate to carry anything, you know. Imagine coming to USA. I have 0 baggage with me. So I am like Muhammad, very lightweight. I go to heaven in the top of flying donkey. I don't take packages with me. I go to the top of mountain. I want to throw myself. The angel, he said, don't. By the way, Muslims, when he go to the top of the mountains, he take with him anything, or he's like me, you know. True story. I mean, those stories are amazing, so beautiful, very, very beautiful. I'm really convinced now, and I'm sure many of you, that Muhammad truly is a true prophet of God. Any Muslim have a comment? And by the way, we have a billion evidence that Muhammad is mentally ill. You know, not only like the pedophile, because pedophiles is a form of mental illness. Pedophile is a sick, filthy person, right? But his sickness is severe, dangerous. But there's many crazy people, but pedophile is harmful because his sickness is not about himself. Like there's somebody, he said talking to himself, he hears noises, etc. But he's peaceful, he don't harm anybody. We feel sorry for him, what we can do. But a pedophile, he look normal. He look normal like everybody. All right? But he have a very sick sexual fantasy. So Muhammad, when it's come to sexuality, he is sick. When it's come to mental issues, obviously he's sick. Isn't it even the hadith says that the Prophet imagined himself if in his wives, but the fact he did not? And then they say it because somebody he put magic on him. Right? All right. Any Muhammadan have a comment? How come Islam is spread even in Indonesia? As I know, I don't know much about Indonesian history. You can correct me if I'm wrong. As I know that the Indonesian king, he was afraid that the neighbors would attack him. So in the borders, there's Muslim kingdom. So, and they told him, they advised him, if you convert to Islam, nobody will attack you because the Muslim will join the fight with you. And this is what happened. The king convert, people convert. His tribe convert. All right. However, we are in the process of making Muslims in Indonesia leave Islam. My videos in Indonesia is all over the place. And thank God we inspired a lot of Indonesians to expose Islam, and they learned a lot from us. And we gave them my books in Indonesian too, to be a great resource of information. Any Muhammadan? Anyone? So this is the story of the Angel Jibril and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Any Muhammadan have an objection? You ever talk to Musab Yusuf? No. You know, I have different work style from others. People, they seek to do interview because that will promote their channels. You know, you bring somebody so famous. I don't do that. I've been offered to bring with this guy, Patterson. I refused. I'm not saying he offered me. I'm saying somebody told me. He know him. He can talk to him to be in my program. I said no. You know, I don't like those kind of things, you know. And if I invite Musab, what he will say additional? The same. You know, we know what this guy is saying. We will say they repeat the same story again and again. There's no need. But, you know, people, they do it for the sake of promoting themselves by bringing somebody famous. All right. Yeah, this is Muhammad in the picture. He sent me a bit. Do you see the light is coming from his forehead? Yeah. Any Muhammadan? You know, if you notice in the internet, in YouTube, people, they have a marketing strategy because they are doing business. So they invite certain people, famous people, etc. And if they get invitation, they will not hesitate because that will promote you. I got invitation from tons of channels. I say no. I'm not doing marketing, and I'm not doing business. All right. Yeah, I put the light there. Remember, I designed this picture. You know, there's light. You know, it's hard to make the light come from the bottom, but so I put it in the top. But Jibril is so cute. Look, it's coming from the coffee cup. I don't know if you notice. Right? Do Arabic channels? I can do Arabic channels, but the problem is, you see, since I start talking about Islam, I said to myself, I mean, those Arab, they have all the tools to know. They speak Arabic. And there is some already existence Arabic channels, even TV, they are famous, doing great job. So I noticed that the lack is in English, not in Arabic. So I chose to do the English one. I cover the part where it's not nobody covering it, you know. And I don't know if you noticed, like, you know, when I debated this guy, what's his name? Hisham al-Husseini, the leader of the Shia Hezbollah in Detroit. Not many speaking Arabic people, they watch the videos. Arab, they don't care, you know. Arab are stupid people. And Arab Christians are the last one to care, sadly. They don't care. I mean, until now, they keep using the word Allah in their churches. So for me, I find that speaking to Arab people is like speaking to the wall. All right. Now, for sure, not everybody is the same. You know, not all the Arab Christian, Middle Eastern Christian are the same. But the majority of them, they are Christian by name, the same as the Muslims. And they are more interested in watching movies and cartoon than knowing the truth. In fact, I will not be surprised if those Arab Christians, they go against you. You know? Yeah, you can download my video and you can subtitle to all languages, no problem. All my videos are for free. All of them. Don't worry, I will never report copyright. I encourage people to do that. You see, because I don't work for myself. People who want their channel to grow. In fact, my channel have a low view because people get confused. Where is the Christian Prince? They don't know. They find my videos all over. So they don't know where is the real channel. But I don't mind because it's sell. You know, I want more people to know. It's not about me. Who care about Christian Prince? Sooner or later I will die, and the truth will stay. You know, you work for your glory. You work for nobody except, you know, your stupidity. You're going to die. What a glory! Man have no glory except his fruit, which he, you know, do it for the sake of the Lord, to save people, not for his son. If you work for yourself, you are doomed. You know, people will know that you are just doing business, and the same as everybody did business. You know, they might remember you made a quotation, etc., but nobody will say he was a good man, right? You know, this will remind me when the Messiah, he said, not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of my Father. Right? Anything else? As you see, I don't feel good, actually. I slept for 5 hours. By noon time, I have a very bad headache. I don't know. I'm not used to have a headache like this. Very bad headache. And I decide to sleep. I woke up and I decide to go live. Even I don't feel good, not to know, you know. Because for me, time is a priceless, and the priceless about it is service. It's not It's not me. Otherwise, in the last 24 hours, how many hours I did? Somebody can give me the numbers, guys? How many videos I did? If we count them all together, I think I went in the last 24 hours three time live, right? Yeah, you can see how sometimes I go like 8 hours, even more. And yet we don't have too much of you. I complain not because I want a view to me. I want people to see the truth. People, they say to me, why you care for numbers? My friend, we care for humans. Those numbers are human. We are not counting matches. This is not about number. We are not counting like 1, 2, 3, 4. We are counting a human. How many human saw the video? How many soul understood how false Islam is? For you, you call them number. For me, I see them differently. All right? So they say to me, why you care for numbers? I do. If I don't care for the numbers, I will not be here, because the number mean how many people they heard the message. Why want to be here? I'm sick of this filthy bastard Muhammad. I wasted my life talking about this filthy scumbag. You people go have fun with your friends, drink coffee, go to restaurant. I go nowhere. Honest to God, I have no friends. Because always I feel guilty. I did not do enough. So now I wake up, I don't feel good. I'm not going to write in my book because I don't feel good anyway. My brain is not, comfortable. So I have one of two options. Either find something to watch in YouTube or a movie, or come here. Coming here can be causing me more headache. Still, I favor to come here. I have a friend as you. No, I mean in real life. I have actually. I have some people I trust them very well, but very few, very very few, very few, and they are not close to me like physically, location. I mean, yeah. What we can do. But I'm sure many of you are wonderful people, and I will be honored to be around you. But in this internet, you don't know you are talking to who. You don't trust who talking. As you see, people collecting donation in my name, and I just made a video about it. Scammers, liars, fabricators. And then even if you trust somebody, you think he's a good guy, like this potato, the bald guy, he turned to be a fraud. He bite you on your back just because of his jealousy. You don't know. As the Lord, he says, from their fruits you shall know them. Right? From their fruits. I don't know if I should open Discord to take calls. Should I? Or no need? Are you guys enjoying the picture of Muhammad? I became an artist, by the way. I mean, this AI, by the way, is something unbelievable. I saw a short video in YouTube made by AI. It's scary. People are real. I'm telling you, people look real. But nothing there is real. Absolutely nothing is real. The graphic is so amazing. Thank you guys for your wishes. Yeah. Yeah, especially the ghost. I mean, look at this ghost, and he is coming. I don't know the picture. I cannot put the whole picture inside. The ghost is coming from the coffee cup. Like imagine you are drinking and Jibril come from the coffee cup. Oof, oof. That's true story, remind me of somebody. He claimed that the Holy Spirit came on from his ceiling. Some dust came in the front of the camera. He claimed that this is the Holy Spirit. Yeah, the Holy Spirit come upon him. I mean, come on, he's special. Not like some people like Christian Prince. The Holy Spirit never come upon him. Never. You know. He don't even have a ceiling, you know. All right. No, I'm saying if people around Rumble asking me, saying if you want, no, I will open Discord if you guys want to share something, but if not, I will not, you know. No need. Remember, people ask me to make a special program for people who want to call for like advice. And then when we open the program, nobody called for advice. Again, they are talking about Islam, right? Remember? I said to myself, I promised them I would do it maybe in Sunday, etc. So I did it. And then all the calls is about Muhammad. Muhammad is chasing me wherever I go. You know? Wherever I go. No break. Lord have mercy. You don't watch movies? Nothing wrong with watching movies. Actually, there is some movies can be fine, like, you know, just for entertainment. But avoid the ones who they are teaching you bad ethic. You know, like in the old days, I remember when I was a kid, there was like a cowboy movie, or let us say series, American series, where they show you good guys, they go after criminals, you know. Like they teach you good manner, right? Then Hollywood became Hillwood, and they start teaching you that if you are a thief, you are successful. It's the same culture of Andrew Tate's, you know, how to make money from using women and abusing women. And Hollywood adopted that. So if you are a criminal, they will make you a hero. How you fool the police, how you rob a bank, how you have at the end of the movie like a bunch of girls, they are naked around you and you are driving fancy car. And then they wonder now in America why we have a very high like average of crimes. You cause generations to become criminals. And your kids now, they don't join university to learn mathematics or science. They go and join university of a guy who don't even have high school, and he's a pimp, right? And then they wonder why their kids are lost and why their kids are under the influence of drugs and crimes and shooting and all the garbage. So nothing wrong with watching a movie, but if a movie have nothing to do with cursing and filthy language and insulting Jesus, or, you know, teaching you how to be a bad person, watch it. Why not? For me, actually, I find cartoon way more better than adult movies, because when I say adult, I don't mean bad movies. I mean adult like for our people over 18. Because cartoon, I mean, way nicer. But even the cartoon, they try to put poison in it. Homosexuality, cursing. Like I saw a cartoon, the gang of Santa Claus. Suddenly, even Santa Claus, they make him a thief. All right. Happy birthday. Today is my birthday? Really? Okay. I am born in December 17. All right. That's a good one. All right. I'm born a long time ago, you know, before time. I'm like Muhammad. I was a prophet before Adam was between mud and sand. Ancient. All right. I never celebrated birthday, and don't be upset from me. I believe this is the most stupid thing to do if I do it. I'm not insulting you. For me, I believe it's so stupid for me to celebrate birthday because I asked myself the first since I was a kid, by the way. My mom, she wanted to do a birthday for me. I found it as a waste. A bunch of fat boys coming to eat my cake. What the heck is that? And then I have to go, and my mom should have to buy a gift for those kids, the same they bought a gift for me. What is that? You know, I found that it was like a more of unhappy, unpleasant occasion, more than it's the pleasant of like, you know, it doesn't please me really. So I told my mom, never, never, I don't want to have a birthday no more. I don't want to attend one. I don't want to have one. And since then, I never attend a birthday. Actually, I did once. Hold on. I was once going with the two guys to an area, and then they receive a call from a friend of them, not me. And he told them, aren't you coming? I said, where? He said, today is my birthday. You forgot? Oh, man, we forgot. So they are with me in my car. And now how they come back? So I have to take them back. And they said, but we have a friend. He don't know you. He said, he's welcome. I said, I don't go to birthday. They said, who care about birthday? Just go with us. I said, okay. You know. So I went there. Everybody have a gift, giving a gift to this guy. And, you know, like I felt like guilty, you know, like, you know. So I told him, by the way, in my culture, in the Middle East, the one who have a birthday is the one who give a gift to the guest. He said, really? I said, yeah. So the guy, he disappeared. He went inside his room for like 15 minutes. And he came out and he have a small box in his hand. He wrapped it and he gave it to me. I said, what is this? He said, didn't you say that in your culture that the guest, they receive gift, not the one who have his birthday? I said, yeah. He took it seriously. So instead of giving him a gift, I don't like this birthday thing, you know. You know, but everybody was giving a gift, so I felt like, you know, that, like the cheap guy, you know, like he's the only one, you know, and there are not too many, so it's obvious I did not bring a gift. But I'm not invited even. I don't even know the guy, you know. I just went there because I have to to take them. Anyway, but you know, like. Sometime if I want to give impression that I am serious, even though I'm joking, I can do that easy, you know. And this guy, he believed really that in my culture, I'm an Arab. Come on, we are weird, we are idiots. So in my culture as an Arab, the one who have a birthday is the one who give the gift. So he was like, what I will give him? I cannot give him the gift I just received from people. So he went inside his room looking for a gift, maybe from previous year or something, you know. He have it somewhere. He wrapped it in a box. I told him I was joking with you. He said, no, I know this is your culture. I believe you. I said, no, I was joking. I said, no. Even I told him, he don't believe it. He said, like, don't be shy. It's okay. You know, you have different culture from us. It's okay. I said, listen, I'm not. That's it. You can't convince him again that I was joking. We have no culture, right? Absolutely. The most ugly culture. Scam culture. You know, in the Middle East, what you learn, if you go speak to any Middle Eastern, you will see all of them, they share one thing. They are so proud. Absolutely proud. But the second you ask them about what, you will see how stupid what they are claiming. They will say to you, oh, the history. What history, you idiot? You have nothing to do with history. Even those people are not your people. So you read the book of history. Like I remember when I was a kid in school, the teacher, there's a section in the history book saying Arabic scientist. Arabic what? Arab scientist. Okay. And then the teacher, he mentioned Al-Khwarizmi. I think, no, sorry. Yeah, Khwarizmi. So I said, okay, sir, where is this guy from? Or I mean, what Khawarizmi mean? You know, he said he's from Khawarizm. What is that? And then you notice that all their Arab scientists are Persian. Every single Arabic scientist, they claim he is or either they claim he's an Arab or a Muslim. You will find later that they are neither Muslims, neither Arab. Most of the scientists they are proud about are get killed by them too. They kill them, you know. Ibn Khaldun, the famous philosopher, they put him in jail. He died in jail. Even Ibn Taymiyyah, the one, the Muslim Sunni, they are so proud about him, the terrorist, they killed him. Their history is so bloody and so stupid. Their scholars, even a Muslim scholars, he will be end dead. So if you are a philosopher, you will end dead. If you are a scientist, if you are famous now, because you are famous now, people speak about you, they will grab you and they will make you part of you. The same as Muhammad did. Moses is a Muslim, Jesus is a Muslim, Mary was a Muslim, Ibrahim was a Muslim, you know, they hijack everything. Right? All right. Is it true that the Arab roots is from Pakistan? You mentioned that once. No, first of all, there's nothing called Arab. Arab does not exist. The Arab as an ethnic, even they say to you Yemen and you know those fabrication, that's a lie. There's nothing called Arab. Never exist. Arab, or the meaning of it, the word is in Aramaic. It's not even Arabic. The word is in Aramaic. Mean desert. So whoever live in the desert, in Arabia, which means the desert, is called Arab. A desert man. So Arab have nothing to do with this, Nick. So if you are a person, if the Aramaic now exist in Las Vegas, they will call people in Las Vegas Arab because live in the desert. So Arab usually present two things: people who live in the desert and people who they are living, you know, let us say like gypsy, like Bedouin, the Badu. Bedouin is coming from the Arabic word actually Badu. This is why even Muhammad in the Quran, he mentioned, he called the A'rab. You remember the Quran? It says the most bad people in for Allah or in the world are the Arab, Al-A'rab. Let me show you. Arab is the Arab. All right. All those here, like as an example here, it says, chapter 9, verse number 97. The Bedouin, what is the Bedouin? The Arab. See? People of the desert. So the Bedouin are the worst of disbelief and hypocrisy. I agree with this. Because simply, you know, their life is based on kidnapping, attacking each other, theft. So one tribe, they were like, they hear that the other tribe this year they have too many animals, they have a spring of water coming through, or grass, so they are flourishing. So what they do, they prepare to attack them suddenly to steal their women, their money, their this is what the Arab do. Oh, you didn't see? Sorry. Okay, give me a second. It's my fault. Where is? All right, now you see it. Chapter 9, verse number 97. Do you see it? And this is the word Al-Arab, which is Arab. See it here? This word, Arab. So even Muhammad, he admit that he and his people are the worst of mankind. Thank you, Daniel. And here this verse is accusing them that they are the worst. But hey, Muhammad, I mean, if we ask the Muslims, name one thing, Muhammad, he is not the same as the Arab. He kidnap, he steal, he rape, he stab in the back, and then you will notice that those Arab, how bad they are. And again, the Arab is not an ethnic. But in the case of Muhammad, at least, they are one tribe, right? They are one tribe. So we can say there, when it's come to this tribe, they are one ethnic group, Quraysh. All the children of Muhammad were killed. All the caliphate of Muhammad were killed by Muslims. This is telling you how bad they are. Like now, do you see what you have happening in Syria? Just wait. Soon the same Islamists who came to attack the Assad and they took over, soon they will start killing each other because they are not one group. And even if they are one group, they will fight over who wanna be the beast. This is Islam. You know, this is Islam. And Muhammad actually encouraged them, you know, to kill each other. Like in the Quran, Muhammad, he told them, if one of group of you, like he is not being right, kill them. And since then, the Muslims, Muhammad, he you know, he established the killing between Muslims, and this is why Islam since then destroyed. This is the verse actually Muhammad he created, is the reason of the death of millions of Muslims, Muslim killing Muslims. So now each one of them he says, I am the right party. Do you see it? So Muhammad, he, instead of saying I forbid you from fighting each other, he gave him a license to kill each other. If two group of you Muslims fail to fighting, try to make peace between them. Okay. Why two groups of you are fighting anyway? Why Muslims are fighting? And we are talking about his time. You know, imagine the time of Jesus. John, he have an army, and Peter have an army, and they are fighting each other. No? Doesn't make sense. They are in control now. So, and if one of them rebel against the other, okay, kill them. Kill them all. And that's why we have 1 billion organization of Muslims. Each one of them believe they are the right. Like Al-Qaeda, they were fighting with ISIS, but both are the same. Al-Qaeda says we are the right one. Al-Qaeda is the wrong one. ISIS say the opposite. Muslim Brotherhood says the opposite. Erdogan say the opposite. Everyone, you know. So every party, we are the right one, and we have the right. And right away to justify killing a Muslim, they will quote for you this verse. All right? Let us put back the picture of Muhammad because I miss it. All right. That is better. Right? How to escape from pornography. I can give you my picture. You will not think about sex ever. No, but you know, like first of all, if you think you are under temptation and you are you have too much need of such a you know thing, why you don't get married? Find a woman you love her, have a family, you know. This way you are doing the right thing and building a family, and you will not be tempted by something evil to commit sin. Find a woman you love her. This is the easiest way and the best way to fight temptation. However, let us say you are not able to get married for some reason. Maybe you don't have money. Maybe you are not working. Maybe you are bad looking like me. Everything we do in life is in our brain. So I can meet a woman. She is beautiful, or she like me. She want to do something with me. If I say yes, okay, we will go and do it, right? So what is stopping me from doing it? So I can be a reason for sin for other women. Maybe she's a good woman, I tempt her. We can, it happen. Or she can be tempting me, even though she is a good woman, but you know, she is tempted too. She have needs. So what is going to stop me or stop her from doing such a thing? You have to be in control of your brain. You know it's wrong. So I advise you, the second you try to think about something like that, get busy with something else, do physical work, do something, you know, get out, read the Bible. It's always in control of your brain. It's your brain. It's your brain who make you think about pornography. It's not your physical part. It's your brain. You see, your brain is in control of all your sensation. And this is why I mentioned this many times. If you see a girl, she is your daughter, naked. Let's say you open the door of your daughter's room and she is totally naked. Are you going to get horny because she is beautiful young? No. Why? Because your brain right away, in control, block the idea. You don't see a female, you see your daughter. And this is how you can control always your temptation. It's not what you see, it's what you think about it. Like as an example, if you are a pedophile, you will be tempted by seeing an infant because of what you think, not because of what you see. Your brain is deceiving you and making such an object a temptation. So you have to teach your brain how to, you teach yourself how to control your brain. So who is in control? Your brain controlling you, or you are controlling your brain? Do you control the idea, or the idea control you? And that goes for everything in life. Why I will not steal? Theft can make you earn money faster, way faster, right? Way faster. You don't work. Why you don't do it? Because you have to control the idea. The idea is tempting. The difference between a human being and an animal, that you supposedly you have a control of your ideas, your brain, your thoughts. If you let your thoughts free like an animal, then you are an animal. When you see food, your saliva run like a dog, right? You have to control yourself. The Lord, he says, from their fruits you shall know them. And the reason he will judge you by your fruit, because the fruit is your design. It's not somebody else's design. We can blame Satan. We can blame, you know, we can find excuse for our sin. But you know that in order for Satan's seeds to grow within you, you have to allow the seed to go through you, right? If I reject the idea from the beginning, there's no place for it in my head. Good. I hope I did give you some advice. Do you debate Ustad Kamina from Indonesia if he live? I will debate him. Why not? Like, did he say he will debate me? He will be live 7 a.m. Which time 7 a.m.? What is 7 a.m.? Like in Indonesia time? What time is that? Who is this guy? I don't know. Anyway, I will never say no to debate anyone. If you can schedule a debate with him for me, I will be happy to debate him. But just tell me if you agree. I don't think any Indonesian he would dare to debate me. They knew that this will be an end of a career for them. "7:45 a.m. New York time." I don't know if I will. Like today, I was up at 5 a.m. 5 something. I don't know. But if you can schedule for me, so you are asking me to do invasion, right? Like we do invasion there. I don't know if I am up, because I don't know when I'm going to sleep today. We will see. Another question. I see Westerns say Israel did mistake by attacking Syria. All right. I explained the reason, but they don't listen. But didn't they mention why it's a mistake? You know, the Israeli, they are a nation by their own, and they are worried about their, safety. Their safety. The stupid Syrian regime supporting Hezbollah, he become a bridge for all their forces, their weapon, their ammunition, their training, their expert, their Iran, etc. So he delivered his country to be an Iranian base. And Iran make it clear, death to America, death to Israel. So Israel make the Assad shish kebab. And now the new government is going to establish, if it's going to establish, we will see. They learned the lesson, those Islamists, they don't dare even to speak against Israel. Because they knew that Israel can demolish them as even easier than the Assad. This is why actually Israel in the last 2 or 3 days, they made more than 600 Air Force attack. They destroyed everything they have in Syria, all the weapon depots, all the missiles, all the rockets. So European, they can say whatever they want. In the same time, why you don't ask them why you are sending your doing attack on Yemen? Yemen is far away from you. Because Yemen is shooting our ships. We have to attack them. The same. They are a hypocrite. You know, when England sent their forces to the Falkland Islands. Argentina at that time, they took over the island because this island belonged to them. It's their island. The British are occupying it. What England have to do with Falkland Islands in the middle of nowhere in the ocean? How far it is from England? You see? So your European countries are hypocrite. France, they have tons of islands around the world are occupied by them, and they have nothing to do with France. And then they want to score Israel about you cannot take a meter from Syria. Right? Hypocrisy is amazing. Same as Putin. He want to teach Israel they have no right to be there, but do we have the right to be and taking half of Ukraine? Do we have the right to be anywhere? I mean, he have bases in Syria now. He have bases in Libya. He have his bases everywhere. Can you explain why gold is haram? Well, Muhammad, you see, Muhammad is a fraud. So when Muhammad he did, he stole a ring. He killed a Jew guy, and he took his ring. All right. So Muhammad now, he noticed that people they are talking about him, that he is looking too much at the ring, the golden ring, and how much he loved money. So now Muhammad, he decided to make himself free from such accusation. So he took the ring from his hand, and he told them men should not wear golden rings. And since then, golden rings is not allowed. Muhammad, he wanted to present himself, because of what people speak about him, that he is not really interested of gold. But we know that it's not true. All right. Uh, is it worth it to move USA from Western Europe into 2025? To move to USA from Western Europe? America is a very cheap country compared to Europe. Very cheap. All right. I've been all over Europe. I cannot really see any country is cheap as America. However, America is not one state, like one small tiny land. It's a massive land. So there's places where houses are cheap. There's houses where there are millions. So when I say cheap, it's your choice to make based on your budget. So you can find somewhere a house for $30,000, or you can find a house for $30 million. The same country, all right? So America, as in general, is cheap. Like maybe I can say like there's some countries are cheaper, but those are in the east of Europe, not in west of Europe. Like in Germany, I notice most of people, they cannot afford to buy a property, they are renting, even though they are in the country for 30 years, or maybe 40 years, or even they are born there. Apartments in west of Europe are very expensive. Houses is crazy expensive. So food in USA, generally speaking, is cheap. The only bad thing here we have is the health insurance. I don't have health insurance because it's very expensive. So if I want to do anything for myself, fix my tooth or something, I better go to a different country. So that is a very, very big issue here in USA. You have to think about it if you are thinking to come to the state. You have to buy insurance because medical is very expensive. Otherwise, the rest are not really expensive. All right. Why never talk about repeated statement in the Quran? I talk about that million times. Maybe you never been here before. People, they pray in New York Street. You know, Muslims, they flourish in a state where they are liberals, because liberals are very, you know, submissive, especially with Muslims. And Muslims, they like to show off. The whole point is to show off. Move to Australia. I like to go to Australia because I like hunting and maybe fishing too. I noticed that in Australia you have a lot of opportunity for doing that. But to move to Australia is very hard because you need papers. You know, it's all about papers too. As an American citizen, I can go to Australia. I think they can stay there for maybe maximum 90 days. I can stay there. We can't live there. Syrian Druze community want to join Israel. You see, the Syrian Druze community, they are the same, never change. They are hypocrite. Just yesterday, they were shouting they want to go and become part of the Syrian, the Assad. They used to sing for the Assad. As soon the Assad is weak and the Assad is coming down, they start fighting at the Assad. And then as soon as the Muslim terrorists, they would take over the country, now they want to kiss the ass of the Israeli. Those are the Druze. They have no friends. They have no God. They have no loyalty. If Israel tomorrow become weak, all the Druze in Israel, they will say we are Muslims. Trust me. Druze are opportunists. They are a small minority in the Middle East, very small. I think there's like 800,000 Druze in Syria. And I'm not sure what the number of them in Israel. Maybe 100,000, I'm not sure. And Muslims hate them. And they claim to be Muslims, but Muslims, they knew they are Muslims. So they have to survive, and in order to survive, you have to be a liar, a scammer. They do anything to survive. Thank you, Grace. Okay, Grace, I have a deal for you. You come to my place here, I go and take your place. Actually, it's a good idea, by the way. If you have a friend, like he never been in your country, if you trust each other, he can come to sit in your house. You don't need to rent, and you go and sit in your place. For sure, you take care of their place as your house, and they will take care of your place. And you know, that would be a good way actually to do travel around if you have many friends around the world. The Druze religion, it is a collection of beliefs. However, the Druze, their holy book, it's called the Book of Wisdom, the Book of Hikmah. There is 7 letters sent between the Caliphate, Al-Hakim bi Amrullah, the ruler by the command of Allah. This is a name they call him, of the state of Fatimiyin. So they are a form of Shia. You know, they are somehow a sect of Shia, but they are not really Shia. So this Caliphate is mentally ill, very well known. He killed a lot of Christians. That's why the Druze, they hate Christians too. He exchanged 7 letters with a spiritual son. His name is Hamza. Those letters are the books of wisdom. And those books, the books of the Druze, are not allowed to be published. A Druze person, he cannot learn about his religion until he is 40 years old. This is why they call it the age of Aql, which means the age of Aql. What they would translate. Aql is a brain, but Aql here mean like to be able to be mature, you know. So they wait. So a Druze person, he grow in his family, with his family, all his life, but he learned nothing about the Druze. He learned only culture things, but no religion. He is not allowed even to attend any religious ceremony. When he is 40, when he passed the 40, then they will start teaching him about his religion. Let me see if I can share with you. Those are the Druze. They dress different, they look different. You know, they claim that they are Muslims. They claim that their book, the holy book, is the Quran, but this is absolutely a big fat lie. A lot of fictions, a lot of mystery, a lot of sexual practice. I feel sorry for them. I don't focus on them because they are a small, tiny minority, and they don't really count. All right. There is many practice they do. It's very very bad actually, you know, like in sexuality and but they are like very professional liars when it's come to claim to be Muslims. And then the Muslims, you know, like there's many like ideas about them. Some Muslims, they go far and they say originally they are from the Jews, you know, but I don't believe in this garbage. I don't really trust any Muslim sources, but however, that's what they claim. And the Druze, one of the things about them, they believe they are the same as those who believe there is like every book have an out meaning and inside meaning, and they go by the inside meaning. So it doesn't matter what the book says in the appearance. For them, it have a different appearance. This is why I do not know what they believe, because simply, first they have to hide it. They cannot share it. They can't even share it with their kids until they are 40. You know, it's not allowed to share it. Maybe sometime I can make just a special section study about them. And I know now they serve in Israeli army, but I warn the Israeli, those people, they have no loyalty. As I said, if Israel one day become weak, they will be the first one to stab you in your back. Israel now offer them nice salary, nice life. Even they have positions in the army, in the court, in judges, in the parliament. Yeah, you know, they are with Israel. But if tomorrow the Arab gets stronger and they attack Israel and Israel is collapsing, they will switch and they will remember, they will claim to be Muslims. All right. In fact, you know, the Muslims believe that eating the food of the Rus is not lawful. The same as the Alawi, the same as the Ismaili. And even they are not allowed to pay jizya. That's why the Muslims kill them. Like a Christian or a Jew, if he agreed to pay jizya, which is a penalty, and live like a dog, the Muslim will let him live. A Durzi, no. He is not allowed to pay jizya to live. He have either to convert or die. Because he is not a Muslim, and he is not a Christian, and he is not a Jew. So there is no jizya for them. This is why usually you find them in areas which is very difficult to live in, like mountains. So they seek refuge in the mountains in areas where the Arab Muslims don't have reach on them. They have a lot of mix of crazy stuff. All right. Anything else? No, Hindu cannot pay jizya. Hindu have to either to convert or die. Only Christians and Jews can pay jizya. Because Muhammad says so. That's it. If Muhammad says others, Muhammad, he never heard of the Hindus at that time. So he never mentioned them. Yeah. Only Christian and Jews. Only. The Quran, chapter 9, verse 29. The jizya is made specifically for the Christian and the Jews. Muhammad, he said, attack the Roman, get the blonde girls. However, if they pay jizya, let them live, but have to pay it every year. And they have to live under the Islamic occupation. All right? Can you tell me about this, talking about Song of Solomon? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean talk about this? I'm not sure. If you have a question, you mean like you do not know what they mean? I'm not sure. If you have a question, make it full of question, so we understand what what the question is about. Christian Prince is life on TikTok speaking funny language, CP? Who is live in TikTok? I'm not live in TikTok. Muhammad mentioned the name in the Song of Songs. Well, you know, the Muslims are hypocrite. Who is the one who is how Muhammad did that? He mentioned that this is a porn. Remember, Muhammad did that when he speak to Christians. If you watch old videos, he said to the Christian, "This is your book. This is porn. What is this? Kiss me, you know, virgins. You know, what is that?" And then somebody told him that Muhammad name is there, but Muhammad name is not even there. You know, this is a big fat lie. They said Muhammadim. If you read the Song of Songs, this is a song about Jerusalem. It's not about a man. It's not about you know, even other religions. But the Muslims, because they are so desperate to find themselves, to find Muhammad everywhere. They find him in the Hindu scriptures, in the Old Testament and the New Testament. Wherever they go, they can't find Muhammad. But this is the same song they accuse to be a song of porn, and it's about sex. Like, you know, it's Muhammad, he have a nice breast, right? Do Muhammad have a nice breast? Is that about him, right? Like when it says, "My beloved is to me zest of mirth, that lies between my breast." Is that about a man, about a human, about a woman? You know? So, you know, they're just as stupid. Muhammad is have a grass on his chest, or his you know what? Muhammad is made of cedars. Abdul, what you expect? And Muhammad is very dark. Is Muhammad very dark? So all the story about Muhammad, how white he is. Anyway, I mean, just a stupidity. What do you do? What would you? Animism and also astrology, quote unquote, cosmology argument. My friend, those words are not, you know, excuse my English, I don't even know what they mean. I need to translate them to give you the answer. So I don't know what animism mean. What animism mean? Let me see. I have to post it in Mr. Google. Yeah, this is other issue I struggle with. That people, they give me, you know, words in English. I don't know what they really mean. Believe in system that all things, including plants, animals, rocks, and weather, have spiritual essence and enemy. I mean, you know, as I said before many times, you are what you believe. If you believe in something stupid, the stupid become real, right? So based on this, if I believe in this, that everything have a spirit, including plants, animals, rocks, then I am a criminal, because I walk on rocks, I eat animals and plants. So that will be a torture for me. So those people, they claim to be spiritual, right? But in the same time, they are contradicting themselves. Your spirituality does not exist, because you pray on those things. You build your house by rocks, you cut them pieces, you smash them, you break them. You make salad from the plants. You make a kebab from the animals, and then you say they have a spiritual essence. I can say that the animals, they have soul, all right, because they have life and they can feel, yes. But to say that rocks, plants, they can feel too, by the way. They have sensation for sure, but their sensation is connected to their system, like the way. They have like an, let us say, a program for their design. So the tree, when it feels like there's no enough water, there's a drought, the tree will start dropping its leaves to get rid of all the loss of water. So yes, they can feel the weather, they can feel the cold, they can feel, but we cannot say they can feel love. We can say they believe. They are just created to produce, to exist for a purpose, but they are not spiritually exist. But you know, if you are a Hindu or a Buddhist, you will believe everything is a creature who believe and Hijab, etc. So from all those words, I can say that animals have soul, but they have no spirit. Not spirit, they have a soul. Soul, like all of us, we have, you know, a human being, as an animal, he have a soul. As a believer, he have a spirit. That's why when we as a Christians, we get baptized, we have soul and we have a spirit. We are filled with the Holy Spirit. That, did you ask yourself why we say we receive the Holy Spirit? So what we have before? We have soul. So a Christian, he have two spiritual character, if I'm correct, using the correct English word. You know, I struggle with the English, but I hope you understand. So when you receive the Holy Spirit, you receive it because you don't have it. You are not born with it. Then you will be born again. So for us as a Christians, we are different from other even human. For we receive the Holy Spirit, so we have a soul and we have a Holy Spirit. Animals, they are the same as a human. They have a soul, which is the gift of God of life. However, animals are programmed. They can feel pain, they can be sad, they can be happy, they can be excited, they can be joyful, and they can be loyal. But they don't know anything about belief. Animal can be loyal, like a dog. He can be a loyal for you because simply his brain is very simple. This is the person who feed me. He take care of me. This is my friend. The rest are enemies. So if any other stranger get closer, the dog is get alarmed and he goes so aggressive. Why? Because he don't know this guy. You see, he's not like a human. He recognize that he is not dangerous, you know. He is just an animal. So animals, they work with their, I'm trying to find the English word. In Arabic we say ghariza, like sensation of food, let us say. So food is the most common way to establish relationship between you and an animal. So you can train, let me take this picture off, this ugly picture. So you can train an animal to be your friend by food, right? Because his brain is focused on food. If you bring food in front of a dog, even though he did not eat yet, saliva will start running. Why? Because his saliva is automatically running. His brain is programmed. If you teach your dogs, like you make a sound like a sound of a bell, and then the second they hear the bell, you provide the food. you will notice that the dog, the second you sound the bell, his saliva will run, even there's no food yet, because in his brain now, that connected to food. So all those creatures are connected to some kind of needs. It's about food, same as the plants. So when the plant receives too much water, they try to sweat more. The roots are going to be rotten. When the plant notices that rain is not coming, they drop leaves so they can save water. So their system is based on surviving, based on food. A human being is different. Human being, his interest, part of it is food to survive, but he have way more interest than that. Spiritual interest, physical interest, entertaining interest, you know. What is the entertainment for a dog? Number one entertainment is hunting. This is number joy for him. He's a dog. Number two entertainment, he go piss around. His program, you will notice all dogs in the world, they do the same thing. They walk around, they lift their leg, and they piss. Could I please go through the analogical argument? I don't know, you want to debate me or you want to talk about it? I'm not sure what you are saying. Like you want to make a comment about it? I believe at the end of the day, all those people who believe in material have a spirit, they are just adopting a mad philosophy, and they are confused. Your confusion reflect on philosophy. So you try to close your confusion by philosophy. You are confused only. Animals are not confused about who they are. It's you. You know? Like if I say now, I am homesick, like I want to go home, I miss my home. Is that because really I have relationship with the rocks of the house? With the floor? No, I don't have a relationship. But because this is my environment, where I feel this is my comfort zone. It's not me establishing a relationship with a tree, and the tree is talking to me, and the tree have a spiritual power. But the tree, I planted the tree, so it means something for me. It's my work. It's my act. It's my time. All right? Existence of God? Well, not today, maybe it's other time, because I told them I have a headache, I don't want to argue with people. And about the existence of God, they want to debate me about it. Let us say that God does not exist. Let us say, for the sake of argument, God does not exist. I want to ask you how silly you are to say, I want to prove to you that what does not exist is not exist. I don't know who is stupid here. You see, if you want to use philosophy to talk to me, your philosophy is stupid. Because you want to call me, you want to debate me to prove to me that what does not exist is not exist. How you can prove what is not exist to be not exist? If you want to say, because we don't see it, that's stupid to say, because there's billion things we don't see, but they all exist. What is the proof? Are you with me? So your argument is very shallow from the beginning because it opposes itself. I want to prove to you that the universe does not exist. Okay, there is no argument here. How you want to prove what does not exist If it's exist and you are proving that it's not exist, that means you are stupid. If it's not exist and you prove to me it's not exist, that means you are stupid too. I can take that and say, okay, Allah is not exist as an idea. I can go with you, but I have to approve first that he is exist as an idea. The existence of idea is true, but in the same time, idea doesn't exist because idea is not a physical being. So now we go back to zero. So I don't believe Allah is exist, and I want to prove to you that he does not exist. And then I say to you, he's an idea, he's not real. And then idea itself is not real because it does not exist. It's just a thought. So if you want to play the game of philosophy, you will find yourself so confused and so silly and so stupid. Are you with me, guys? Am I making it difficult for you? Again, I struggle with my English. I wish I speak better English to express myself. In order to disapprove or approve something, it have to be physically exist in front of you. Like as an example, I can say this concrete is not strong. That is possible because we can put it into test. If I want to prove something is not exist, and it's not exist, the test is impossible. Right? The test is impossible. Now, if that one who they claim is exist, okay. So if the argument is, I can prove to you that the God you are talking about is not exist because he says stupid things, that's a good deal, you know, because this God, he's supposed to be smart, he's supposed to be almighty, he's supposed to be knowing, you know, but he says stupid things. That means this God is nothing but an idea which is not exist anyway, because he says stupid. So in order to prove something, you have to use what is between your hands. The same as I do when I speak about Islam. If Allah is God, well, Allah should not be stupid. Allah should remember which one he created first. Otherwise, I cannot prove what is not exist not to be exist. I have to use what is exist, which is now supposed in the Quran. It's like a police officer when he go to a crime scene. How he can get evidence against the criminal if there's no crime? Somebody call, say there's a guy was killed. They go to the place, there's no dead body. In all international law, if there's no dead body, there's no crime. So if somebody kills somebody and he buried the body somewhere and nobody can find it ever again, there's no crime committed because there's no proof. Maybe the person is missing. Maybe he went to a different country. Maybe he lost his mind. There's no proof that he was killed. So always, in order to go into what is exist and what is not, you have to go with the evidence. And the first evidence is the physical things you have between your hands. And physical things can be a book from the person who claimed to be exist, and it's a holy book, so we can take it seriously. The believers of the followers of this person, they cannot say, we don't accept this book, so it is their constitution. And then we can judge that person who they believe in based on the book, if he is true person or he is a fabricated idea. All right. Did the Grand Mufti of Palestine get burned by Hitler? Who said that? He was a friend of Hitler. Why he will burn him? However, if that happened, if this is true, but I never heard of such a thing, it is common that dogs bite each other. doesn't mean that he was a good guy. The Muslim, they were fighting, and the Grand Mufti of Hitler, of Israel, he was a friend, a closer friend to Hitler. God cannot be a contradiction, and we know that contradiction don't exist in reality. Therefore, Allah does not exist. Even this one, I mean, you see, philosophy, you can play with it. You are focusing in philosophy. So I can use the argument of contradiction if the God himself, he used it. Like as an example, the Quran says, if this is a book made by other than Allah, you will find in it contradiction. So now he set himself a trap. So this God now, he gave himself a trap. He cannot get away from it. But if the God they worship, he never said that contradiction is a proof of not existence, you cannot prove that. All right? And I'll explain to you. See the verse here, chapter 4, verse number 82. So the Quran set a rule that if this book is not from Allah, you will find in it a contradiction. Okay. But this is now the Quran. If other book, any religion, their God, he did not mention that the proof that I am not a true God, and this is not from me or whatever, he did not say if a contradiction there is the proof. You cannot use this argument. I will make it simple for you. Is it sin to have sex with your sister? For sure, in Christianity, it is sin. Okay. Was it sin, the children of Adam, to have sex with their sister? The answer, no. Okay, hold on. How we can have sex with our sister if we are in the time of Adam, and we cannot have sex with our sister now? What happened? You will say, well, at that time, because there's no other human being, so there's no choice. Okay. Now we have a choices, right? But this is your excuse, because at the end of the day, the sister is still the sister. So if you want to speak about decency, it's not decent to have sex with your sister anytime, anywhere. Time of Adam or now, nothing changed. But now, because we adjust reality to our needs, and we say at that time there was needs, and now there's no needs. So need can force us to do things which is not right, or we don't want to do it. But this is a contradiction. So contradiction is a definition you give to yourself. But if you're of the person you want to debate him, prove him wrong, he come with the rule, like the Quran now saying, if this is not from God, you will find contradiction. Now you get the golden rule. But if that religion says contradiction is a proof of nothing, because I am God, I say as I wish, I change my mind, then how you can prove him wrong? He just told you, this is my rules, this is how I play my game. My game, all of it is a contradiction. All right? So you want to take every case by itself, and that doesn't go for every religion. All right? Like there is some religion, they believe cheating is a good thing. And then you will say to them, but this is against ethic. You are foolish now. This is their ethic. Their ethic, cheating is okay. A man, he can sleep around. Like in the Hindus. In the Hindus, women, she cannot sleep around. Men, they can. So now you have a new rule of ethic. Cheating in Hinduism is not lawful if you are a female. But can you say now there's a contradiction? Based on my logic as a Christian, yes. Based on their logic, this is not contradiction, because this is a rule, this is their system. Yeah, I think jargon is like he like to say silly stuff. What is P and not P though? What is that? Philosophy is where a human being soul will be lost. Philosophy is a, let us say, is a human being in a wave of confusion. Philosophy is not a way of life. Philosophy is a refuge of, let's say, somebody is struggling in life. So all those philosophers, they are trying to find answers. They are confused, and they come with something called philosophy. All right. For me, I will never live by philosophy. You know, the Greek, the philosophers, they used to debate just to debate. Their philosophy, that debate is a joy, is a joy. So they join every day and they debate to improve their skills of their brain. You know, who can convince who. But if I can convince you with my philosophy, doesn't mean I'm right. I'm just more skilled than you. Doesn't mean that my idea is better than your idea. It's like there's two salesmen. One, he is selling a lot of cars, and the other one, he has better cars, but his sales is almost zero. Why? Because the salesman is more convincing. It's not the car. And philosophy is the same. It's about how convincing you are, not how truthful you are. So if I read the philosophy of somebody, I find it amazing. Why? Because this guy is so smart. He was able to convince me by his fictions. Are you with me? Doesn't mean necessarily he's right. He's so smart. I'm so shallow. So the smart overcome the shallow, but the smart himself, he himself will be overcome by someone smarter. All right. Philosophy for us as a Christians is the last thing to seek. I believe it's a sign of confusion. Like, is a Christianity a philosophy? No, it's not. It's based on something real. Do you remember when this guy Sadhguru, he said love is not real? He said right, love is not real. The same guy later, he says, they ask him about the death of his wife. He said, how I'm going to cause her death, how I'm going to harm him, and I love her. Coward liar, you know. So he's smart. He have skills. He have skills of language. He have skills of manipulation and using words, and to impact people who they are listening, because they are shallow, stupid. But the second you listen to him carefully, deeply, you will see right away how stupid what he's saying. In Christianity, we don't have philosophy. Love is real. Love changed life. Love never fail. This is not philosophy. This is a fact. You can bring a lion, a baby lion, or an injured lion, and you feed him, you take care of him. Even though he's an animal, this lion, he noticed that you did something good to him. This is real, this is not philosophy. You bring a baby lion, you feed him, you take care of him, he will not eat you. He will become like your dog. Why? Because even lions they can feel, you know, the attention you give them. Now we call it love. For them is something different. It's food, it's care, it's protection. So philosophy is not real. Philosophy is a struggle of ideas in the mind of a human being. He's trying to find answers, and then the more he think about it, the more he will be confused. In Christ, love is real, something you feel, something you live, something you can practice. It's not an idea. And you know, God always, he proved himself through love. When you see even animals, when a female animal, she gave birth, even rats, mice, she take care of her babies. A cat, she carry her babies in her mouth from place to place. A fish, she open her mouth, and the baby fish, they go inside her mouth to protect them. A mother, she cry when she say her son or her daughter is sick or in pain. There's no physics can explain that. Because remember, if we are animals, why we want to feel such a thing? What the mother mean? This is something God he put within the creatures he made. All of them, they share the same fingerprint of God. The mother, she's in love. She is in love. She's willing to die to defend her children. That is not philosophy. That is real. So God always, he leave his fingerprint in his creatures. It's like an artist, an expert in art. He's saying, oh, this is made by Picasso. Why? Because it have the same fingerprint, not necessarily signature, same way of painting. And this is how God is. So I do not need to prove God by philosophy, because we have the physical evidence about God. Those who go and seek philosophy because they are bankrupt, they don't have the physical evidence of what they claim. So they try to go around ideas, and they try to reshape the idea and deliver it to you as a status. And then you worship the status, but the status is an idea. Like the Hindus. You know, the Hindus, they have ideas, they make statues for them. Or even some Christians who replace reality of God by a statues, which is wrong. Because if God is real, I do not need a statues. He's real, he's alive. Right? Why I want to make statues for him? We make statues to replace what is missing. In another way, to overcome our needs. So a person, he died, a mother, she have his picture next to her, she kiss it every night because he's missing. If the person is there, she will not kiss the picture, correct? But now he's missing, she's sad, she miss him. So now the picture will replace him. The person is gone. The picture is the real person now. For we try to overcome our pain and what we are missing by this picture. That is a philosophy. That is not real. Like I have a headache, so I'm not able to express myself too much, but I hope so. This is not about Catholic and Orthodox now. We are talking in general. Anyone, you know, statues, pictures, if it's made for the sake of art, it's an art. But if it's made to pray in front of them or to kiss them, or that's wrong. So anyway, if you believe in something, you are going to live your belief. There's a temple in in India for rats. They believe that rats are gods. And that is telling you how an idea, fake ideas, can be turned into a reality. Rats are real. Rats are real. And now the rats became gods because you decide so. Who can beat that? And that is all again a philosophy. So when the philosophy can take you far with the stupidity. The whole temple, massive temple, is designated for rats. What do you want more? Those are gods. People, they come, they pray to them, they ask for their wisdom, for their advice, because somebody told them one day they used to be princess and prince, whatever, and then their god is, and now they are rats and incarnation and blah blah blah. Philosophy. All right. I hope you are enjoying the picture. Let me change it for you. Their kids don't have milk and they bring them milk. Indian kids are the most people living in poverty. Their kids don't have milk. The rats have milk. Good for the rats, you know. And look how beautiful this temple is. Marble, you know. Yeah. People come from around the world. Right? So when you worship an idea, the idea will become your God. And this is what philosophy is about. That's why I say philosophy is something will confuse you. It's not something pleasant. In fact, you know, I see and I notice the most confused people are philosophers. I never saw someone, he is a philosopher, he is not confused. A Syrian thoughter, this is Sam Shamoun maybe, he said that CP believe Orthodox and Catholic are the same as Mohammed, and they are a big fat liar. You're a scumbag. Go grow hair first. I mean, you lie in front of me, you coward, son of Muta. I never said Catholic and Orthodox are the same. Orthodox are my family, you dog. My dad is Orthodox. My mom. You're a scumbag. I mean, do you see this Sam Shamoun? He come with different names. They are filthy, trashy people, you know. Every day I say, like if I criticize a church, believe, still they are church. They are Christians. The picture I have my icon. This is a Catholic guy. You dummy. The Crusades. I'm proud of them. They are Catholic. You're a potato, liar, rat and a bold businessman. Yeah, my dad is Orthodox. My grandfather Orthodox. My grandfather. We are Orthodox. If I tell you my family, you will not believe it, how far distance we are in Christianity. And then a dummy, he want to make a lie about me. He says he believes that Catholic and Orthodox are not Christians, they are Muslims. What a scumbag you are. Garbage. Yeah, $5,000 chair. Right? I have thousands of videos. I mean, look how they lie about me. How many times of you guys I shout at you when you attack Catholic? You remember me, right? How many times? 1,000, 10,000? I mean, look how they lie. This is scumbag himself. How many times I defended him? They have no shame. So This again, this is a philosophy of scammers. In order not to let you listen to this guy, come to us. We are the right ones. This guy, he hate you. He's against Catholic, brother. That's not true. It's you. You are against a Catholic like me. This guy attacked the Pope. He was defending the Pope. When he noticed that Catholics are angry from this filthy Pope, he started attacking the Pope too. Because he noticed he's losing customers. He's doing customer service. For me, I don't change my stand. I never change my stand. I always, anyone attack the Catholic, especially, you know, when you're attacking the Catholic, not a Pope. Like, I make videos against Protestant. How many videos I made against James White? In fact, this potato, Sam Shamoun, go ask him. He is the one who asked me to expose James White. Is James White a Catholic or a Protestant? People, is James White? I have his text message in his Skype. The old Skype, which I don't use no more. He sent me a link of this James White. He says, wipe the floor with him, please. Shamshun himself, ask him. Okay, did I say this guy is a Protestant? I will not wipe the floor with him? Or I did wipe the floor with him? And then, just to show you how hypocrite he is, he just asked me to wipe the floor with him. And then, if you remember, I went only once in David Wood channel, just once. And this guy, Potato Shamshun, was there. Do you know what he said to me? I think David Wood, he said, by the way, James White, he say hello to you, CP. Do? The guy just 2 weeks ago, this Shamshun, he told me to wipe the floor with him, and he go have dinner with him. Do you believe how fraud he is? He don't want to fight with the guy. He need him. He go have lunch with him. He have a dinner with him. And he was asking me to wipe the floor with him. Like, how stupid you are. You just told me to wipe the floor with the guy. And then if you go check the program, you will see the video still there. You can find it. I said, I don't have an honor. I will never shake hands with such a guy. Don't say hello to me. And I could not believe it. So they made me go and fight with the guy. And he is a friend of the guy. You know what I mean? Do you see how evil they are? This kind of people. So he sent me a link. Look what he is saying. CP, wipe the floor with him. And then he go have dinner with the guy. Satanic. Literally satanic. No, he's thinking he is using me. No, for me, I do my duty. The guy was defending Islam. I put him in his place. But now he's saying I am attacking the Catholics. So when I wiped the floor with James White and he asked me to do it, was that a Catholic guy? Trash and garbage. We laugh at you. Yeah, anyway. You are not even a Syrian. You must be Abdul. Anyway, I learned, you know, in the internet. That's why I say to you, don't trust people in the internet. Even the one who he sound like he is religious. He spent 5 minutes before he start praying to God. May the Holy Spirit inspire me, etc. Those you fear them the most. Those who try to appear so religious, for me, I have a lot of reason to stay away from them. You see, Osama Dakdok, he invited me many times. Many times. He says, oh, everybody is coming. And he told me, Isam Shamoun is coming. I said, oh, no, 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 I'm not going. I have a feeling. There's a lot of Judas there. I refuse to go. I'm always invited to many places. I don't go. I know that there's always Judas. Always. He said that the Holy Ghost is the husband of Mary. Do you have a video of that? If you have a video of that, give it to me. He's insulting the Holy Ghost. You see, if this is true, this is disgusting. This is really disgusting. Mental. If you can't find me that video, let me know, so we can school him again. I decide from now on I will not tolerate any liar, doesn't matter who, even if he's so like he barked too much like a dog, because I noticed that if I let a person go away with his lie just because seeking, let us say, peace between Christians, I said to myself, those aren't the Christians anyway. Well, if you have the video, I need the video, I need the proof. I cannot go by what people say. If you have a video where he says that Mary is married to the Holy Ghost, give it to me. That's very disgusting. Very filthy, very trashy. You know, my parents are Orthodox. And they are, my mother, she is a very conservative. She knows the Bible by heart. I wish I have a memory like her, you know. My dad, he knows a lot, but I never really, he don't have time. Like the poor guy is always working. You know, he go early in the morning, he come late at night. So I don't have time. He don't have even time to talk to us most of the time. But I never saw them praying in front of pictures. I never saw them kissing pictures. I never saw them doing any of those things. We have pictures at home. We do. Like we have a picture of, I remember when I was a kid, the Last Supper of Jesus, like with the 12 disciples, you know, in the middle of the room. Big one, made by my mother hand. She made it by her hand. But I never saw them doing any of those things. However, if they were doing those things, still they are Christians. They are wonderful people. They believe in Jesus from their heart. So I know firsthand, I grow up between them. They are my parents. They are my family. That they are loving, great loving Christians, Catholic or Orthodox. If I don't agree with someone about pictures, it doesn't mean that he is not Christian. That is a big mistake. If it is sin, I commit sin too. That means I'm not a Christian too. And if they do sin by having a picture, well, they are, at least their sin is because they love God, not because they are bad. My sin is greater. So I will never condemn people for doing such a thing. I can say to them it's wrong based on the Bible, but I will not say to them you are bad and you are not Christian. But I can say that if somebody says may God protect Islam, obviously he is no Christian. I can say that if somebody says we and Islam we worship the same God, like what the Pope is doing, or praying to Islam to be protected, I can say he is not Christian. I cannot say that the Pope is not a Christian because he pray in front of a picture. But I can say he is no Christian because he's approving gay relationship. He's teaching other scriptures. What the Bible says? Let him be accursed, the one who bring other than this scriptures, correct? Do we agree? let him be accursed, the one who bring other scriptures. So if you come and say it's okay to be a gay, that is against the scriptures. This is other scriptures from Satan. If you say Islam is same, the God of Islam same as our God, this is other scriptures, satanic scriptures. You are not Christians. The Bible make it clear that the one who denied the Son and the Father is an Antichrist. There's no question about it. It's not even a debate. All right? But if a person, I don't agree with him, like I don't agree with a Protestant too. You know? There's many things Protestant they do. I believe it's far from being good to be in a church. See some churches, they dance and they, what is this? You know, like great, not only like move their hands, or no, they jump like crazy. Some even they look like even satanic. Where is the Spirit of God in you? So I am against anything is not right, is not biblical. So the Bible says, praise the Lord with the music. We praise the Lord with music. But don't, this is not the music no more. Right? Okay. Anyway. The video titled Sam Shamoun says Mary. Okay, I will look for the video. Thank you. Let me see. I know. I mean, I can't believe it. This guy, he said that. This is really sick if it's true. Let me search for that. Well, look like it's true.
BetterHelp's main.
Let us see. I found a video with that title, but let us see. I don't know. I have to watch it first.
I am Assyrian Church of the East. I returned to the Assyrian Church of the East because I believe it's a true apostolic church. Okay, here's the official title: Holy Apostolic Catholic Assyrian Church of the East. This is what the Catholic position is. Listen to this. Are you listening? Listen to this. Mary is the daughter of God the Father, the mother of God the Son, and the spouse of God the Holy Spirit. So don't.
The spouse of who? Again.
The Holy Spirit. So don't take the Father, the mother of God the Son, and the spouse of God the Holy Spirit.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. I can't believe that this idiot, he said that.
God the Son and the spouse of God the Holy Spirit. So don't take one part of the statement. Understand the totality of that phrase.
You know, like when somebody, he claimed that he is knowledgeable about the Bible. And he said this is the stand of the Catholic. I want to check it out to see if really the Catholic believe in that. Where we get this from? How in the world anyone can insult the Holy Spirit? This is an insult to the Holy Spirit, and this is an insult to Mary. Remember, the one who insults the Holy Spirit will never be forgiven. Like you might be forgiven, Jesus might forgive you if you insult him. But if you insult the Holy Spirit, you pass your limit. And how in the world, like, do we have any verse in the Bible say such a garbage? How this guy he says such a thing? I mean, this is really crazy. This is mental. Spouse, the spouse. Let me turn the subtitle so you can see. Mary is the daughter of God the Father. What? Mary is the daughter of God the Father? How? How Mary is the, what does that mean? So according to the Bible now, God he have one son and one daughter? Mental. This guy is taking hashish. So if Muslim they see you saying this now, what they will say? They will die laughing at you, you idiot. I know. I'm speechless. I never thought he would go that far actually with his stupidity. So Mary is the daughter of God the Father and the mother of God the Son. Are you mental? Seriously, are you mental? You are.
Daughter of God the Father, the mother of God the Son, and the spouse of God the Holy Spirit. So don't take one part of the statement. Understand the totality of that phrase. Daughter of God the Father, mother of God the Son, spouse of God the Holy Spirit.
What is that?
Would you have a problem with Mary being the daughter of God the Father?
Not at all.
Would you have
I do. I do. Do you have a problem with Mary being the daughter of God the Father? Yes, I do. Well, you know, you are making, like, you see, if we are saying that all of us we are children of God, no problem. But now you are saying that Mary alone, there's no other person, is the daughter of God. Is that really what God teach us? If there is any phrase in the Bible say such a thing? Did Jesus say that? No, I do. I don't know, he's talking to someone, his name is Adam. I do. Mary is not the daughter of God the Father. Where did you get this from? Continue.
Mary being the daughter of God the Father?
Not at all.
Would you have a problem with her being called Mary, the mother of God the Son?
No.
Why have a problem with
Somebody posting saying that she was founded, that pregnant by the Holy Spirit. So, is that sex? You see, you are acting like the Muslims now. The Muslims believe that Allah, He sent the Holy Spirit and He blow into Mary's vagina and He move her sexual desire and He make her have a son. Is my mic working, guys? Or somebody saying there's a problem? So if the Holy Spirit, this is God, make Mary be pregnant, that doesn't make her a spouse. That is a blasphemy against God. That is an insult. That's why we call her virgin. Why we call her virgin? Because she's a virgin, not because she had sex. So if you want to say that the Holy Spirit should have sex with Mary, you are a fool. You are a donkey. You are an antichrist. You are insulting Jesus. You are insulting Mary. Stop calling her virgin then. So if the Holy Spirit is the reason for Mary to have a son, that does not change the fact, like even isn't it this church, the Catholic Church, believe that even Mary, even after she delivered Jesus, she's still a virgin? That's what they believe. So what this guy's talking about? He claimed to be Catholic. So now suddenly Mary is the daughter of God and a spouse of God in the same time.
Not at all.
Would you have a problem with her being called Mary, the mother of God the Son?
No.
Why have a problem with Mary, the spouse of God the Holy Spirit?
Well, we have a reason, because Mary, truly, it's a fact that she is the mother of Jesus. We do not need to say the word God, but we can say, okay, she is the mother of God, she is the mother of Jesus. But this is a title you gave her, no problem. But where do you get the spouse from?
I pray a form of the rosary because I've been convinced and persuaded by the Holy Spirit it is pleasing to the Lord Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sons and daughters.
All right, I don't want to watch this. Anyway, this guy is mentally ill, and he is not actually presenting the Catholic. He is obviously a weird idiot. You know, Mary, I can let go, like Mary, the daughter of God. I can say, okay, spiritually meaning. But obviously he mean it for real. You know, he don't mean that he is just in a spiritual mean. No, he mean it for real, obviously. And when he says she is a spouse, she's a spouse, I cannot believe it how stupid this man is. I know. Adam, he converted to Christianity because of me, actually. Adam Seeker, right? Yeah, he's learning. But you see, Adam, he looked like, even though he's a new Christian, he's an ex-Muslim, he knew more than he's laughing at Sham Shamoun's stupidity. Luke 2:22, it says, according to the verse, yeah, he was showing that in the screen. Mary needed to be purified according to the law of Moses, meaning that she wasn't sinless and pure, as Sam pointed. No, I don't agree with you in that. You see, purified, you know, she is a female at the end of the day, right? She is a female. And females in the Old Testament, they have a limit of practice, like as an example, where they can go in the temple, what they can do. Why? Because simply they have their period. All right. Yeah, so that is not really a proof. I believe that Mary, she's chosen by God for a very simple reason. You know, if God, he chose Mary for such a great mission, so she must be special and kept by God, protected by God. It's not her ability, it is God's ability, you know. All right. That is not about sin. That is not about sin. For me, I believe that Mary, as the Bible says, she is blessed. And the blessing of God, you know, chosen for Mary, because Mary, she was a chosen. So I believe that God, he was preparing Mary. She was under his care. not her own. So I believe from the first day of her life she was a chosen. She was under the care of God, for she have a great mission. She will be the mother of Jesus. But the Bible says clearly that every human being is a sinner, correct? But the Bible says every man are sinners, all men. But if God want, he can make what he ever want. And I believe Mary, she was protected from sin, and she was very special. That's why the angels, when they came to her, they says, blessed you are Mary between the women. So she is a special between all the women. I have to agree with that, right? Same time, look at the great honor Mary she have. She is the mother of Jesus. She is not the mother of Christian Prince, even though I love my mother. But there is no way to compare between to be the mother of a Christian Prince or the mother of Christ himself. So she, when she been designated by the Lord, chosen by him, and obviously she is protected by him. All right. Yeah. So anyway, you know, people who exaggerate and they say stupid things, we laugh at them. That will make people laugh at what our belief, and that is not what we Christians believe. There's nowhere in the Bible it says any what he is saying. Nowhere in the Bible it says that she is daughter of somebody, except a daughter of real men. You know, we know their names. Nowhere the Bible it says she is the mother of God. Nowhere, you know. It says she is the blessed Mary, and even though we agree that she is the mother of Jesus, but that term never been used. That's why I will not use it. I will never use it, you know, because anything is not biblical is not biblical. The mother of God is a title. She's never been given that title. All right. The Bible, you know, called her blessed Mary, so she is the blessed Mary, chosen Mary, blessed between the women. Blessed is the fruit of your womb, right? So that's what the Bible says about her. Anything else is a fabrication. Remember, like I can, any of you of our sisters here, she can say that I'm the daughter of my father, God, right? When we pray, what we say, our Father. Is that true? All of us, male or female, when we pray, the Lord, he taught us to pray, we call him Father. So we are his sons and daughters. But obviously here he means something else. He's talking about Mary. She is the only, as the only person, as a real daughter of God. That is absolutely false teaching, have nothing to do with Christianity. God, the Father, have only one son. There's no daughter. Mary is not. And to say that Mary, she is the spouse of the Holy Spirit, that is a big, huge sin. This guy is going to hell straight. I feel sorry for him. I really feel sorry for him. I never thought he would go, you know, that far with his stupidity.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
See, this part here is biblical. This part, blessed Mary, blessed is the fruit of the womb, right? This is part of the Bible. This is biblical. The rest is not.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
Anyway, like in all the video, for me, I would care really. I mean, look at those ugly pictures. I mean, what is this? What those people are doing to Mary? Lord have mercy. Well, I don't know. I mean, obviously in the some people, they decide not to follow the Bible, but they to follow a priest. And if the priest, he says something, the priest, he win based on what they say. You say to me that in the Council of Ephesus in 431 AD led to the formal acknowledgement of Mary, or God barrier. My friend, isn't it the Bible says that Jesus is, you know, he exists before before time, which means before Mary, before Abraham? What Mary is barrier? Is the existence of Jesus have to do with the existence of Mary? Which one is exist first? Isn't it us Christians and the Council of Nicaea agree that he is born but not created? Don't we agree that he is born but he is not created? So if they acknowledge Mary in a certain way, that means they agree that he is created, not born without creation. For his existence, he exists before Adam, before Abraham, before he is the one who everything created by him and for him. I would say. Barrier mean to carry. Okay, if it means to carry, no problem. Yeah, she was. I mean, she gave birth to Jesus, right? But it's mean. If it's mean that this is he's created, that's wrong. Excuse my English. Sometime I might take the word wrong. Yeah, Jesus never been created. He is the creator. Everything created by him and for him. And before Abraham, I am, the Lord said. But what make me upset in this video, that this mental person, he says that Mary, she is a spouse of the Holy Spirit. Do you believe that Mary is sinless in the rest of her life? Well, you know, if you think about Mary and the mission, I cannot, I'm just telling you my idea. And if the Bible says she is blessed, and the blessing is coming from the Lord directly, are we going to be blessed because we are sinners? Why the Lord, he chose to come and to be born from such a woman? So to be holding, or the word you just choose, barrier of the Messiah, let us say the container have to be special. So it's not a surprise that if God protected Mary from sin, not because of her nature, but because of God's protection. So I'm saying it is highly possible, in my belief, that Mary, she never commits sin, and because she was chosen by God for a mission. However, I cannot confirm. God only knows what it was the correct answer for this. But based on the mission she have, and she is blessed by God, and blessed is the fruit from your womb. So she's a blessing. She's blessed herself, and she is a blessing herself, which means she will give birth to the one who will bless all of us. So I'm not surprised if Mary, she was sinless. Why not? Can God protect Mary? Mary cannot protect Mary, but God can protect Mary. This is what I say. All right. So if Mary, she was sinless, not because she is God, but because God protect her. Are you with me? So her nature as a human is sinful nature. As a nature. If Mary was sinless, why she need a first of all, we need a we need a savior no matter what, even if we don't commit sin. Why? Because already we denied our relation with God. Like A person who is born as a baby, a person who is born as a baby, he is pure from sin. Do he need a savior? The Lord, he says, if you don't become like those little ones, you will not enter the kingdom of my Father. Right? So the condition to go back to heaven is to be the same as the little children who they are pure. Pure in the meaning of they did not commit sin. They don't even know what sin is. However, when Mary, she rejoiced for her Savior because he saved her in many ways. She was saved because she became special. She is saved because people accuse her of doing wrong and he proved them wrong. She is saved from the society and from the judgment of society. She was saved in many ways. However, you can say, well, obviously she was a sinner because she needed a savior, and this is a good point. But I say still that if Mary, she said that my spirit rejoiced or rejoices in God my Savior, I believe that does not mean that she was a sinner. She's just acknowledging that the Messiah is still her Lord, because this is his name. She did not mention actually. You see, like the problem is most of the time we read the language and we read the translation, right? But we forgot that this is his name. This is the name of her son. So each time you call Yeshua, you are calling the Savior. My spirit rejoices in God, my Savior. So it can be meant that she is just calling the name of Jesus. It can be meant that really he is a Savior because she's a sinner, as you said. And it can be meant something have nothing to do with her being a sinner. She's just acknowledging that this is the Savior of the world, including her, which means he is the highest authority she belonged to. It's like when somebody acknowledged the king, called him my king. He's not a king, he's my king. So I can say this is a wonderful king, or I can say my king is a wonderful king. So by saying the word my king, I acknowledge his authority. So for me, it's highly possible that Mary in that verse in Luke 47, she is acknowledging the authority of Jesus over her, that he is her king and her savior and her God. Not, and this is opposed, like the idea of Mary, she is the mother of God. Keep saying that word around, because Mary, she acknowledged that he is her God. You know, if you remember the story when Mary, she spoke to Jesus in the wedding, what Jesus called her? He called her women, right? He called her women. He did not call her mother, because simply for him, she is, at the end of the day, she is a woman. He did not call her mother. People here are saying the Bible says all are sinners, all commit sin. Okay, all mean all, I agree. But is Jesus included in the all? And now we will say no, right? Because Jesus is born by flesh, and he's born of Mary. Is Jesus included in the all? No. So even in the Bible, the all have an exception, and that is Jesus. So you want to add Mary? For me, it doesn't make really a big difference, But I believe that why not? Why God will not protect Mary? Because she have a special mission. Why not? Right? All right. This is what I think. You don't have to agree with me. But all, when the Bible says all, mean all, but not including Jesus. All men are sinners, but Jesus is a man. Is he a sinner too? No. He challenged him actually to prove him that he is a sinner. He challenged the rabbis. Are you with me? Yeah. Okay, you don't have to agree, Tracy. You have your idea. Anyway, for God he loved the world, he sent his only begotten Son for a mission to save them. And God himself, he chosen to come through Mary. Obviously, she have a special place in the plan of the Savior. Because God, he can come without Mary. Right? Nobody forced him to be born of a woman. The Messiah, he just can appear. He appear, he speak Hebrew. You know, he speak to the people, I am the Messiah. All right? However, you will notice that even in the Old Testament, there's a prophecies about the young virgin who will give birth. Right? Prophecy about him. So this is the plan of God from the beginning of time for Mary. So I can say that Mary, obviously, she is a prepared person to be the host who will give birth to the Lord. And if I say, the Lord is coming to my house, how many days I will spend to clean the house because the Messiah is coming to my house? I'm just talking about the house. I will spend a lot of time. And I believe after all the cleaning I do, still I will have a dirty house. Because no cleaning can fit with the guest. Right? So what about Mary? She will be the house of the new guest. And the guest of the whole world is waiting for. So is that house will be like filled with the protection of God, or is going to be full of sin? Let me make it simple for you. Jorgen, you are saying things is not there. You said that Matthew, he said in Matthew 11, Jesus says that John the Baptist, he said he is greater than Mary. Why you are fabricating things? Does the name of Mary mention there? Are you Sam Shamoun now? Adding things is not there. Why you are adding things? Truly I tell you, among those born of women, he did not even mention women, he mentioned born of women, right? There has no risen anyone greater than John the Baptist. Yet whoever lasts in the kingdom of the heaven is greater than he. So in the same time, Jesus, he put him so high, in the same time he put him so down. Whoever is the last in the kingdom of God of heaven is greater than he. How come we did not see that part? But you see the first part, right? Okay. So when the Messiah, he mentioned this, he's talking about how great John the Baptist. But in the same time, he mentioned that yet whoever is the last or the least in the kingdom of heaven is greater than he. Is Mary greater than John the Baptist? I say yes. Even though the Messiah is speaking highly about John the Baptist. because John the Baptist is not the one who was hosting the Lord. The host, we are talking about Mary, she gave birth to the Messiah. And to be in the presence of the Lord, by its just be in the present, that will cleanse you. Remember the woman, she having sickness, she have a bleeding, and you know, for the Jews, bleeding is like a big shame. The woman, she was ashamed to ask him to recover her from her illness. She just touched his clothes and she was healed. So what about the women? She gave birth to Jesus herself, and she carried him in her womb for 9 months. How much healed she is. So even if there was a sin, the sin is gone. That is the Messiah, my friend. So either you are making fun of the Messiah, saying he have no power over sin, and he can live with sin. Isn't the Bible says that darkness and light, they cannot be in the same place? Well, this is the same physically, same place. Sin is darkness. The Messiah is the light. So if the womb of Mary have sin and the Messiah is the light, they cannot be in the same place. Are you with me? Can the sin and light be in the same place? Can be the sin, the darkness, and the light be in the same place? No. So this is the Messiah himself. So again, I say, and this is my opinion, you don't have to agree with me. I'm not adopting a Catholic or Protestant or Orthodox. This is how I see the verses in the Bible. I believe that Mary is a very special person, extremely special person, and she is a chosen. And I believe the same as I prepare my house to receive the Lord, I will keep it clean as much as I can. I believe that the Lord prepared Mary to be the host of the Lord, and she was clean as never ever any human is ever was. That does not mean Mary, she is God. No, but she is chosen as a person for a very special mission. And this is why she is who she is. Not because of her nature. Every human being is a sinner. Not because she is coming from the moon. No, she is the same as every single Jewish woman, but she is chosen for a mission. And her mission is the reason to be protected, not her nature. All right? The Holy Spirit live in us. Well, that's not really true, because you received the Holy Spirit when you became born again, not before. All right? You are not born and the Holy Spirit live with you. No. You know, when the Bible speak about Mary being a virgin, did you ask what virgin mean? What virgin mean? Virgin have, you know, when the earth, when the Bible says in the Old Testament, the earth committed adultery. Have you ever heard of an earth having sex? Jesus, he sat with the sinner because he came to save them. He did not live inside them. They are mixing things up. If I sit with them, it's not the same I be inside them. Living literally. Going back. So the virgin, the earth committed adultery in the Old Testament. Earth does not have sex. Adultery in the Bible mean sin. Not necessarily sex. It can be sex. Same for virginity. Mary the Virgin present how clean she is. Virginity mean she did not commit wrong. Virginity is not about, because you see, if a woman did not have sex yet, does not mean she did not have sex yet. Right? There's many ways to do sexual acts without losing your virginity. Are you with me? But Mary, she is a virgin, which means she never did something wrong. The virginity is insisted here in the Bible for a reason, because she is a special. Because who said that a virgin mean she is a pure and clean? If we take it the language way, this was not a linguistic, it was real. So I take the word of the Bible deeply, and I believe that she was virgin, and she stayed virgin for a reason, which means she did not move to the house of Joseph. She did not sleep with him yet. She preserved herself to be clean to receive the gift of God. And the place who will host the gift of God have to be very special. All right? No problem, you don't agree with me. But I believe that Mary is a very special person, whatever you say. And you know, if Mary was a sinner, I wonder what sin you are talking about. Can you name for me like what kind of sin? Anybody can tell me like what kind of sin? Just help me. I'm trying to understand. Let us say that, you know, I will agree with you that Mary was a sinner. What the sin of Mary was? Name one. Anyone can help me? Give me a sin. A lie. So you are saying to me Jesus is born of a liar. You are like Sam Shamoun now. You are insulting Jesus. If you are saying that Mary, she commits sin and she was a liar, that means she lied about being virgin too. Do you see what you did? How silly you are? Are you with me? Again, you don't need to agree with me. But if you are saying that Mary, I ask you what sin she did, like what? You said lie. Okay, that means she's a liar. That is shameful to say that Jesus is born of a woman, she's a liar. And then possibly she lied about who is Jesus. She lied about being virgin. She's a liar. Remember, you said that. Shame on you. So sin, my friend, will cover everything. The second you say sin, it means a person who is involved with Satan. Who is the father of all lies? Satan. All right? I know what the Bible says, all is sinners. I know, my friend, I know the Bible very well. Don't worry. I know. But what I am saying, Mary is a very special person. I don't agree with the Catholic with their exaggeration, or the stupid Sam Shamoun saying she's a spouse of Holy Spirit. But it's so clear that Mary, she is a chosen woman by God. She have a special mission. So when you say Mary is a sinner, like what? You say she lied. That means she's a liar. Go ahead, go around and tell the Muslims, Mary, Jesus is born from a woman, she is a liar. Go ahead. People will laugh at you. So people, they, you know, what happened, people, they take a sentence from the Bible and then they try to apply it for everywhere. No, I will not take it says all men, not women. No, when it says all men, it means women too. But again, God can offer his protection for the one you haven't chosen. Either you believe that God is almighty and he can protect Mary from sin, or you believe that the nature of sin will conquer God and Mary cannot escape the nature of sin. Which one you choose? I choose that the nature of God, which is holy, will conquer the sin of any and can protect Mary. So if the Old Testament, which means long before Jesus was born of Mary, mentioned that the virgin will give birth. That means it was a plan of God. It was not an accident that God decided suddenly. It was a plan of God for Mary from the beginning, that this woman, she will be born, she will be protected, she will be prepared. You see, to be the mother of Jesus, you have to be prepared physically, mentally, spiritually. Physically, Jewish people are very serious about their cleaning, you know, physical. And then there is rules. And the top of that, spiritually, which means she have to be a good spirit woman, a very loving, a very beautiful spirit, no evil, no bad. When we say no bad, mean no bad. So either you believe that she is prepared by God, or she is nobody and God decide to make her deliver Jesus. But we know the Bible says you are blessed. We know that the Bible prophesy about her. So she is part of the prophecy. So the house where the Lord will land from heaven is already the plan for it prepared from long time. And that's why I say Mary was prepared by God to be the mother of Christ. She received the most honorable mission ever in history for anyone, any human being. Adam is not the father of Jesus. Eve is not the mother of Jesus. Mary is. So in order to receive such an honor, that person have to be prepared, have to be honorable, have to be special. So when you insist that Mary, she was a sinner, well, live with it then. Sinner mean everything. Sinner mean lying. Sinner mean fornication. Because remember, Jesus said, if you desire with your eyes, you commit sin. You go to hell. Right? Okay. So what you did? You guys, you failed to tell me what Mary's, because the second you start counting sin, you will find yourself in trouble. Yeah, people, they repeat the same thing. Every seed of Adam have sin. I know that. I'm not a kid. Again, you are repeating yourself. I keep saying, human being, all of them, they are sinners, but not Jesus. Jesus is born of a flesh. So when the Bible says all, does not mean everybody, mean every one of us except Jesus, right? You agree with that? Secondly, I keep repeating myself and people are deaf. Mary is a very special person, prepared by God to host the Messiah. So do you think the Messiah will live inside the womb of a woman, she is a sinner? Is that what you believe? That the Holy Lord, he was inside the womb of a sinner woman. If you say yes, I have no comment. I don't know what to say. If you say she is a sinner, name the sin for me. She's a liar, that means she isn't qualified. She's a fornicator, she is not qualified. She desires men in her thought, she is not qualified. That's it. She lost the qualification. So she is not holy by her nature. She is not holy. She is a human being, like us. But she is protected by God. That's what I'm saying. For the mission is great, and the guest is a greater. You agree with me, you don't agree with me, this is your business. And Mary, she identified Jesus as her savior. So why not? She acknowledged his authority. But you remember, I mean, people are very silly. Isn't it the angel they said to her, you are blessed? So she's blessed because she need to be saved? Or she is saved already? Before the birth of Jesus, before she received Jesus, says, blessed you are between the women. She's blessed by God. A person is blessed is saved. So this is God's decision. So now you are acting like Abdul. You decide who go to hell. You decide who don't go to hell. God, He blessed her already. I'm not blessed before I was born. I am not blessed. God did not come to me and says, hey CP, you are blessed between all men. God will not bless me if I deserve hell. Do God bless a person he deserve hell? So you people, you choose certain sentence, like the same as the Sam Shamshon, and the same as the Muslims, and you are stuck with them. The women already, she is blessed by God. Is that because she is bad? I want an answer. Is Mary blessed by God because she is bad or because she is good? Mary is sinless. My friend, I don't know. People are so stupid. This question, I don't want to be insulting. If she go right away to heaven or not, that does not change anything. Secondly, the Orthodox and the Catholic believe that, yes, they witness that Mary, she went to heaven. So don't go there. So why she did not go to heaven? Why God did not send her elevator? So now if you don't go right away to heaven, that means you are going to be judged? What's wrong with people? You people are insulting Jesus. You are not speaking against Mary. You are insulting Jesus. Let me repeat again to the 1,000th time. If you believe Mary is sinner, give me the sins of Mary. Name them for me. Give me an example, and you will see how silly you are. If you say she lied, that means she's a liar. If you say she's fornicator, she's a fornicator. She is not a virgin then. And by the way, you lose your virginity when you are a sinner. Virginity not only mean sexual part. Virginity means that you are pure. So God made her, protect her, not her. A human being is a human being. A human being by nature is a sinner. We are the children of Adam. So is it impossible for God the Creator to protect Mary from sin? If you say yes, it's impossible, well, you are no Christian. Sorry to say. The original sin, I don't know what to say, man. Original sin is the reason for us to be out of heaven, but not necessarily everyone out of heaven is a sinner. I will explain it to you. Isn't it Jesus says, if you don't become like the little ones, you will not enter the kingdom of my Father? So the little ones are born of Adam, yet they will go to heaven. The infant, when they die, they will go to heaven. This is what Jesus said. Well, here we go. They have the original sin. So don't mix things up. Original sin mean that because of sin of Adam we are out. However, still we have our sin. It's not the original sin will make you go to hell. No, the sin of Adam is a sin of Adam. You will be judged for your sin. We are out of heaven because of our father Adam commit sin. But are we better? No. We commit sin, so we will go to hell because of our sin, not because of his sin. Everyone will pay for his sin. You are not paying for the sin of Adam. You are paying for your sin. This is why Jesus said, if you don't become like the little ones, you will not enter the kingdom of my Father. So the little ones are the first one to go to heaven. But yet they are human like us. They are not God. Anyway, you agree with me, you don't agree with me, it's up to you. I believe it's an insult to say that the Lord, the person who gave birth to him, was a bad person. The second you say a sinner, you are talking about bad person. I'm a bad person. You are a bad person. This is why I will not be chosen by God for such a mission. The person who will be chosen for such a mission, he have to be very unique, protected by God. Anyway, those things, you know, and I don't know, like, you know, sometimes we Christians, we focus on things will not much really benefit us, but I understand, you know, it can increase our knowledge. However, if you believe that Jesus is God, not a prophet, then you have to keep the perimeters of God. God is holy. God is holy. Like, you know, when I give the Muslims the example of the sun, the sunlight can go inside the sewage. You know the sewage? How dirty the sewage? But the light will never get dirty. The light is always light. The light will kill the bacteria. The light will purify the water, even though it's sewage. So God, His holiness, anything He will touch is going to be transformed. And that is Jesus. And if Mary was hosting Jesus for 9 months, I mean, I don't know how, look like, you know, we are thinking about Mary. It's just like she got a belly and she delivered Jesus. The Messiah was in her body physically for 9 months. So what kind of women the Messiah He chosen to be born through her? A normal woman? A unique woman? A protected woman? I say that she is a wonderful woman, blessed by God, chosen by God, preserved by God for a mission of God. So God, He made all those things work together for Mary. Otherwise, Mary, as a human being, she would do all kinds of sin, like all of us. But because God, He protect her, God, He blessed her, she is already prepared for this by God Himself, not by herself. You know, like yesterday we were talking about Israel, right? And we were talking about that God, He said, I will curse the one who curse you. All of you repeat that, right? Okay. So, I will curse the one who curse you. Is Abraham a sinner? Yes, he is. So why God will curse the one who curse you? God prepared him for a mission. He gave him protection. He gave him a special environment. God have a plan for this man. So always in the Bible that God, He chosen people, He gave them a special plan. Depend what He will do, what is their plan is. I will make from your children, you'll see the great nations. God decide. Can God make from the seed of Abraham a great nation? He can. So when the Lord, He says to Mary, blessed you are, is God blessing her because she is bad? Or because she is wonderful? Or because she is prepared? Or because she is sinner? You know that against the blessing is a curse. Do we agree? Mary is a blessed for what reason? What exactly what she did? She is not a prophet. She is not a warrior. She is not a soldier. She is the priest. So is she. She is just a Jewish woman. Why is her? Why her is a blessed? Why God sending His messengers to her? Because she is so special. For she is chosen by God. For the great Lord will come and be born from her. So all my idea is, if you believe that the Lord will never be in touch with something sinner, will never accept to associate and live inside, literally, not sit next to, you know, somebody eating bread, literally inside. I believe Mary, she was prepared for this mission, chosen, protected by God, not by her nature. Her nature is the nature of sin, the same as Joseph, the same as Moses, the same as Abraham. Every man is a sinner, and there's no exception. No exception. So I'm not saying Mary by nature she is not a sinner. I'm saying I believe because of the nature of her mission, I believe God prepared her spiritually, mentally, physically, because she have to accept a miracle can bring shame to her. People will laugh at her. Oh, she is lying. She is saying she's a virgin. Ha 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 ha. I mean, can you imagine how many people will laugh at you? How much stress that will bring you? Imagine now, you go, let us say, you go on YouTube right now, and you say, hey guys, the Holy Spirit came to me, and they said to me, blessed you are Mary, and you will have a baby. People will die laughing at you. You will become the joke of the internet. Do you agree? So, in order for Mary, this young woman, to handle this great responsibility, she have to be very special too. And look how amazing Mary is. She accepted the news. She is already filled with the love of God, with the obedience of God. She did not argue. She did not make a drama. She did not say, what are you talking about? This is crazy. She was so down to earth, accepting, obeying the Lord, and taking the mission. And not only that, the Lord, I believe, prepared even her husband, because she is engaged. Engagement in the Jewish tradition, law, is the same as marriage, but there is no sexual relationship yet. It's a marriage. So even Joseph, he was prepared by the Lord too. He struggled with it. Maybe she cheated on me. Maybe she lied to me. How she is going to give birth? Who is a man will believe that his fiancée, she is going to have a baby, yet he never touched her? It's obviously not him. It's a lot of a struggle. How she will convince him? How she will convince him that this is a miracle? So this is why Mary, she is a special person. She went through a very unique experience no women she have. She is blessed by the Lord, protected by the Lord, and this is why she is special in the eyes of the Lord. But to say that she is the daughter of God, that's stupid. To say she is a spouse of the Holy Spirit, like the stupid Sam Shamoun says, this is extremely insult to God and to the Holy Spirit. But we have to agree Mary is blessed. Mary is unique. Mary is the best of our mothers. All right? And again, you don't have to agree with me. Still, you are my brother and sisters in Christ. But I believe Mary is a very special person. I asked CP about someone think Mary have other children than Jesus. Well, like the Bible says, that they said your brothers and your mother is outside. Jesus said, who is my brother, who is my mother? You, right? This is another example of how Jesus he see things. However, like supposedly James is the brother of Jesus, right? This is what many documents says. However, why this is important? If Jesus said, those are my brothers, the brothers of Jesus is whoever believe in Jesus and follow Jesus. And you see here Jesus how humble he is. He called me brother. I'm not qualified. But you know, people, they are, instead of focusing of the Messiah, we are focusing. It's like, you know, people, they go to some people, they are obsessed with fashion, as an example. So they go to engage in a festival about books, and all what they do, they are describing what the author of the book was wearing, because they are obsessed with fashion. So many, instead of focusing on what the Messiah message, what he did, we focus in things. And that's why, for me, I oppose of making Mary above, too high, way more what God he said about her, or making Mary so low, far from what God he made for her. Mary is Mary, the blessed women, the blessed Mary, chosen by God. And if you want to focus, you focus in the Messiah. If we start focusing in people around the Messiah, that means we are not really, we are not into the Savior, we are into others. Our interest maybe is Peter, maybe it's Moses, maybe it's Mary. We forgot about Jesus. So for me, I believe all the names in the Bible is just to prepare for the Messiah. This is the only important thing about them, including Mary. So Mary is important because of the Messiah. Peter is important because of the Messiah. Paul is important because of the Messiah. None of them is important by himself. So either you focus in the Messiah, your Savior, or you become a dummy, trying just to find an argument just to argue. So now the argument became Mary, not the Savior who want to save us. The fight will be a fight about Mary or about Peter or about the Pope. We forgot about the Messiah. So don't go in that, you know, that madness, the same as the Abdul. Take it in a simple way. There's no question that Mary is a very special, unique woman, chosen by God. And that's it. Now you want to go into details, she was sinner or not? Well, I can say, I am not God to know if Mary ever commits sin or not. I'm just using my simple human logic. It can be right, it can be wrong. But I can assure that God is holy, and the holy God, whatever he touch, is going to be purified. The Lord who can raise people from death, the Lord who can make the blind see, the Lord who can recover a woman just because she touched his clothes. She did not even ask him yet. She just touched his clothing. She was purified. That is the Messiah. So focus in your salvation and don't be a silly person kissing pictures, focusing in Mary, focusing in Peter, focusing in Paul, and you forgot that your only Savior is the Messiah. If insulting the Holy Spirit is unforgettable, does it make it Holy Spirit more important than the Father and the Son? No, I don't think so. I think what the Messiah is saying to you, that, like, you know, the crowd agree that when we speak of something, we call it holy, and we insult someone, his name is holy. Obviously, we are making an aggression against holiness. So if a person, he sees Jesus, he's in the flesh, he's a man, he insulted the man, he's ignorant about the man. Well, okay, he saw a man, he insulted a man. But if a person, he insulted the Holy Spirit, which is something he did not see as a person, so he's targeting with no reason. A man, he can hurt you, all right? Or somebody, let's say, I say to you that God, my God, is the one who created the universe, And then you get upset from something happened to you, you start cursing the God who created the universe. You are just saying this and this to the God who created this universe, and you're angry. So you are cursing everybody because you are angry. You are in a stage of anger. Same for the man. The man, he hurt you, so you curse him. But why you want to curse the Holy Spirit? Why you want to insult? You do that because you are targeting. You are aiming at a specific person, did not mention to you, let us say, as a reason for you to be suffering. Why you are targeting the Holy Spirit? So the Holy Spirit, obviously, we know it's holy. It's called holy. It's called the Spirit, and we insist to insult. That means you are doing that. It's like a predetermined crime. It's like when you go and you try to assassinate a person and you kill him because you made a plan. It's not the same as a car accident. A car accident, it happened, you are driving, you hit a man, you killed him. Both are killing, but one is a predetermined, you decide to plan for it, and the other one, it happened because you are mistake, because you are angry, because etc. Now, in the same time, when the Lord, he says that the one who insults the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven, I can take that let us say somebody, he was a Muslim, and he used to believe that Jibril is the Holy Spirit. That is an insult to the Holy Spirit. But this guy is insulting based on ignorance. He do not know. So when the Messiah speak about the insult of the Holy Spirit, he's talking about someone he knew who is the Holy Spirit. He have full knowledge, and he decided to insult. Not someone ignorant. Not someone he have no idea. All right? Otherwise, every Muslim insult the Holy Spirit. So then, when he become a Christian, is that God will forgive him? Yes, he will forgive him. Because he didn't know, he's ignorant. Right? He is following a religion, giving him false information about the Holy Spirit. But a person who knows what is the Holy Spirit, and he knew, he did it in purpose. He meant to insult the Holy Spirit as a person. You were telling me about the truth about the Middle East slippers. I don't know, what is that? What is the Middle East slippers? Like Ahmed here, he was a Muslim. Our friend here, our brother Ahmed, he was a Muslim. When he was a Muslim, he believed the Holy Spirit is Jibril. Okay, this is an insult. So is he going to be forgiven? Yeah, for sure. He don't know. He don't know better. So, you know, either we take the words of the Bible literally, or we take it in the correct place. We have to take it in the correct place. It's like, you know, when you build a house, every stone have a place. It's not enough to have a stone. Every stone have a size, have a place, have a shape. So the command of God is fixed, is true. But the command of God will fit with your sin. So if somebody insult and he is ignorant, He don't know even what that word means. Is God going to forgive him? I believe so. Because simply he don't know. He's ignorant. He don't have knowledge. But a Jewish priest, a rabbi, who knows the Holy Spirit and he insults the Holy Spirit, is he going to be forgiven? No, because simply he is totally aware of what he is doing. It's like a person who is mature and somebody immature. Why the punishment is different? Because one have full knowledge and one he don't. Right? Well, I don't know about the Holy Spirit, like the reason you are mentioning about the Holy Spirit and repentance, but I believe the reason, because you have no reason first to insult the Holy Spirit. Why you want to insult the Holy Spirit? Now give me a reason. Why you want to do that? Especially if you know what is that, all right? So if someone is ignorant, again, I believe he don't know. He don't know how big the sin is committing. So his sin will not be the same as someone who knows. If you are a Christian and you know that Jesus says don't insult the Holy Spirit, and you insult the Holy Spirit, I don't know what Jesus, when he said that means you will go to hell, or still you might not be forgiven, but you will be punished. I don't know, but it might be you will go to hell. You know, no mercy for you. You pass your limit. We don't know. But human being is evil, and you know he is so proud and arrogant, and he think by insulting God he reach a point of power. All right. I supposedly have a headache and I will stay here for a few hours. Oh boy. You guys are going to kill me. And you see, actually, look what happened today. It's funny that the potato Sam Shamoun, he said to his the one he lied to, that Christian Prince he insult Mary, right? Isn't what he said? I disrespect Mary. So today I was doing, I am the one who is fighting, like with my idea that Mary is a special. But again, I'm not like him, you know. Whatever you believe about Mary, I believe that the most important for us is not Mary. She's a wonderful, we love her, she's a blessed. She is the best of women, but she is not our Savior. As simple as that. There's only one Savior, and this is what we need to focus in. We can agree about details here and there, but we cannot disagree about the crucifixion of Christ, the blood of Christ, that He is the Word of God, He is a Savior, He is a judge over the flesh, and He's coming back. We can disagree about Peter said this and Paul says that, but we cannot disagree about Jesus. For the second you disagree here, you lost your salvation. God is so clear. There's only one Son, and He is the Savior. For God loved the world. And the world, all of it is loved, but not the wicked ones. The wicked ones, if they insist and resist to believe in Jesus, the wicked will go to hell. So don't misinterpret the love of God. Love of God is not a hippie love. It's not a love of hugs and kisses as some Christian trying to do, being stupid. The love of God is saving you, rebuking you, asking you to repent before it's too late, and then you will be forgiven. The love of God is giving you a chance to repent. The love of God is not and will never be letting you be wicked and get away with it. So always focus, you know, in the most important, and don't be like those silly people who start focusing in persons and characters are not really what is our salvation is. Mary cannot save me. She cannot. And she is not the Savior. Neither Peter, neither Paul, neither John, neither any of the disciples, neither the angels, neither nobody. There is only one person. Even the Bible is make it so clear that the Son, only the Son, have the power over the flesh. Is that correct? The Messiah make it clear that the Father gave him the authority over the flesh. He's the only judge. Which means even the Father will not be involved in judging people. So for us as a Christians, our mission is to bring people to Christ and to convince them that your salvation is not by believing in any God, any religion, any Savior, for there is no others beside Jesus. And Jesus says, I and the Father is one. So believe in the Messiah, you believe in the Father, you believe in the Holy Spirit. I and the Father on me. The Messiah as a person, like in the English word as a person is wrong, by the way. In Arabic we use the word iqnum. I don't know how I can translate that. And I believe strongly that the word person in English is not an accurate word for what is in the Bible. But anyway, we believe in the Trinity. We believe God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. We believe that the Son is always obedience to the Father. Let your will be done. We believe that everything the Son he have is given to him from the Father. In the same time, whoever believe in the Messiah, he is going to be with the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit in the kingdom of God. Knock at my door and I will open for you. So let us not to focus. I mean, it's good to focus in study, to research, to learn more in Mary, Peter, Paul, etc. It's okay to disagree or agree about certain things, but let us not to be like those people who kill each other over disagreement of something is not even like what will save your life. What will save your life is the Messiah. Anything else, it doesn't count. All right? Nothing else will count. No, Tracy, it's okay. You don't need to agree with me in that issue. It's okay, no problem. You know, as an Arab, I will block you. We are very democratic anyway, don't worry. No, I love you all, you know. But, you know, for me, I struggle. You see, I avoid speaking about the Bible because my English doesn't help me. Like you notice, it's not a secret. I don't even know. Like sometimes you say to me words, I need to copy them. I need to put them in Google and see what this guy is. It's embarrassing sometimes, right? Like I don't know what this guy is saying because the word, I never heard this word before. So because of my limited English, if I'm speaking Arabic, I will not for sure. I will be way easier for me to explain myself. But when your language is so limited, and then people they pause for your word they never heard of, you know, I don't know even what they mean. I never first time even I hear about them. I have to copy the word. Like sometime a person he called me, he say word, I don't know what he's saying. Honestly, I don't know what. Like he mentioned something. So I try to make him say the question, but in different way. Maybe I can get like a hint without saying I did not understand what that word is. But it's not a secret that my English is not that good at all. And that will make me very limited in order to explain myself. However, I believe that God, He help us to explain ourselves, even though with our limitation. All right? Yeah, you know, like, no, you see, the Quran, because the Quran is in Arabic, right? So when I read it, it's way easier for me. I do not need reading. I mean, I have a full understanding of the language, the background, the history. So it's a lot of easier to go. And the Quran is just a stupid book. There's nothing there anyway. You know, I mean, it's just a dummy. You know, fairy tale stories, flying carpet. But the Bible is so deep. And to speak about a topic which is so deep, very spiritual, language skills is needed, because the whole idea is explaining the deep within you. And then you find yourself, you have a few words to use. It's like, you know, somebody says to you, I want you to paint the house, and I have only 3-4 colors. That's it. You don't have a gray, you don't have light blue, you have dark blue, you have a black, you have white. So you have a few words to use, and then you have to be able to deliver what you are trying to say using your very limited colors. Yet you have to paint it, to make a paint which look artistic and beautiful, and that makes it so difficult for me. What the difference between icon and idols? All right. You see, first the word icon, like I don't know in English what it's present, but I can speak in the Eastern languages, is something, let us say, have some kind of perfection. It's not just a picture. It is a picture with perfection. All right. In other way, it have a special place for you. The perfection not necessarily by the art of it, but by the place of it. All right. So if a person have an icon, that means he don't place it in disrespected place. He treat it in a very respect. This is what icon mean. And not only just a picture. Idol is a physical like there's idol and there's a statues in English, right? Statues is just maybe a piece of art, but idol is usually used as for someone you consider as something holy or God. You idolize that person. It became your idol. It became your let's say your supreme. So idol is a kind of act of paganism. Statues for the sake of art is not. So if somebody is an artist, he made statues for Peter for the sake of art. He is not doing paganism. But if he start believing that this statues is an idol to pray to worship, to do ritual to, he is acting wrong. He is not doing the right thing as a Christian. All right. And in language, by the way, icon can be like can use in language for other things, not necessarily religious stuff. Like I say, if I say it was the icon of arts, I'm talking about arts, like it's very special in the arts, not necessarily a picture of someone present religion. All right. Again, as I said, when people they use pictures and they have relationship with the pictures, that they do that because there is something missing in their life. They are trying to cover some kind of emptiness. The same as I told you, like if a woman, her son, he died, She will have his picture next to her. Maybe she will kiss his picture from time to time. Maybe she will look at him, talk to him, even though there's not hair, he's a picture, right? But because there is something missing in your life, you try to replace what is missing, the real person, with a picture. It's just to overcome your pain, overcome your needs, overcome your torture. You know, maybe you are tortured because of somebody, a family member is gone. You know, some people, they struggle a lot. So then you start looking at the picture. This picture now, the picture of your son, became an icon, because for you is a person you talk to, for you is a person you live with, even though it's a picture. So it's you decide how the picture become an icon or stay a picture, you know. People sometimes they try to run away from reality, or they seek help from the one they cannot see. So they find that themselves they can bring God to their house by a picture, you know. So I don't see Jesus, but I will feel better if I have Jesus picture in my house, because now I feel that I am close to him, which is not real, you know. It's just a picture. But again, it is just your weakness. Like the disciple of Jesus who said to him, like he did not believe that Jesus, he was resurrected unless he see, you know. You want to see the hand. And many of us, we are weak in faith. We need to see the hand. So pictures and, you know, etc., those are a sign of weakness of faith, not strength. Because we cannot maintain to be close to God unless we have pictures of God. Ramsey, what is your point, my friend? I did not see your point. I'm trying to read. Where is Ramsey point? I don't see it. Anyway, if you want me to help you to stop looking at pictures, I can send you my picture. You will never look at any picture in your life. Revelation 22:18. Before you pray in front of Jesus and Mary statue, Jesus and 12 the apostles never taught to practice praying in front of his statues. Yeah, I agree, absolutely. That's why I say, that's why I'm against pictures and statues, unless they are just for the sake of art, you know, or to teach kids. But to pray in front of them, I believe this is wrong. Right? Like if I want to make a book, little book, to teach kids about Jesus, so we can draw Jesus, no problem. Right? Jesus is in the cradle. Jesus is teaching. Jesus is making the blind see. This is because images is the best way to store a story in the mind of people. Please, my family matter is what I seek your help. Okay, Ramsey, send me email and Patreon if it's a private. All right. If you have a question, which is general question, ask me here. You know, if it's very private, you can even ask me in Patreon private question, and I will answer it by talking without saying your name anyway. All right. This is my short video today because I have headache. Thank you guys, what you did to me. You make it very complicated. And you gave me extra headache. Right? All right, Shanti, thank you very much. I don't deserve such an honor. God bless your father. Are we now for 4 hours live? Oh boy. Honestly, I have a very bad headache. I'm not going. Oh boy. I don't have a fever, but I had a bad headache. I will think about something tempting. Like what? Like what? To forget my pain. Baklava. Bingo. If Christians suicide will be forgiven, well, first of all, when you suicide, you decide not to receive mercy from God. You rejected God. Why you will be forgiven? You just decide to kill the life which God gave you. Why you will be forgiven? You asked for it. You asked to die. Right? Committing suicide is an anti-God act, because the body you have is not yours. This is not your life. You're taking your life. You are committing a murder. Murder is not necessarily killing somebody else. It can be killing yourself. That is a murder too. I need the black seed. It's the solution for every disease. Yeah. The worst thing to do to yourself is to commit suicide. That's evil. That's very evil. No, don't worry. I heard Muslims saying if you recite the chapter of the chair upside down, that will take all your problem. And this is happening to me all the time. Like I receive a big bill for my electricity, so I call the electric company, and I play for them the Quran recitation upside down, and I don't pay my bill. You enjoy our company? I enjoy your company. Even you guys, you give me a headache. And I know you hate me. It's okay. You know, I was away for some time overseas. I used to fly almost sometime every 2 weeks. Sorry, every week sometime. I fly back to the Middle East from Europe. Almost every week. Can you believe it? But anyway, once I stayed for long. Like I did not come for a period. So I came home, and my mom opened the door. What do you expect from a mother when she see you, right? Oh, my son. She said to me, it's you? She don't miss me. Oh, boy. I said, oh, okay, so what? Welcome. She says, get in. It's you? Again? Again? You know, like they thought they got rid of me. Yeah. Actually, once I came, by mistake, I was shaving, and I hit my mustache. Oh, no. Very bad hit. Very, very bad hit. So what I would do? You know, how I can walk in the street now. And I have a ticket. That's it. I cannot even lose I can't like change my, I would lose a ticket. So I said, you know what? How I arrived there at night, and then I will go like almost night time, and then second day I'm leaving too. I will not let anyone in my area there see me without a beard. You know, I will leave at night again. So I went. I knocked at the door. My mom, she opened the door. She said, "Yes, how can I help you?" She did not recognize me. Can you believe it? She never saw me without a beard. Never, ever. None of them recognized me. They were looking at what, how I can help you, you know. I said, Mom, it's me. What? What happened to you? Yeah. So like having those beard and those mustache will make even your family can't recognize you if you lose them. How I can help you? I said, really? They don't recognize me? I said, you know. I said, Mom, it's me. Said, what happened to you? You know. And then I enter, and they were looking at me. I looked like it's like say they saw a new person they never saw before, because since I was a teenage, I have a beard. I never shave it, you know. So this is the scenario about you missing me. If my mom did not miss me, why you will miss me? All right. No, my mom, she is a wonderful woman. Yeah, Ahmed, he have a beard too. I don't know if he still have it or not. And he have a broom, and the broom is the one Solomon he have it, the stick. Ahmed, he have a beard since he was 7 years old. You did beat Muhammad with your exaggeration, man. Oh boy. Okay. You know, I have a grandfather. He always come to our door. He's old, very old man. So he always asks me, "Why you don't shave your beard? Why you don't shave your beard?" I cannot take it no more, you know, because it really became annoying. So once he came and he said, "Why you don't shave your beard?" I said, "I don't have money." He said, "What?" I said, "I don't have money. Give me money. I'll shave my beard." Suddenly he don't hear me no more, you know. Suddenly he became deaf. He said, "What?" I said, "I don't have money." Give me money to shave my beard. And since then he never asked me again about my beard. If I know this from the beginning, I would say it from the first day. You know, when you get so old, you become so like greedy, like, you know, like, don't talk about money. What? He can hear you if you say, like, if you whisper. But the second you say money, what are you talking about? What? Who? Hey, grandfather, you know, shave beard. I need money to go to the barber. Where's your mom? What? Why change topic? My beard, my beard. Where's your mom? Where's your mom? You know. Yeah. Suddenly he become deaf. Oh boy. No, the beard, you see, because I don't know what to do with it. It's really, I wish I can get rid of it, but it's, we are Middle Eastern, what we can say. I mean, you shave it today, second day you have one. If I shave, let's say, totally, by the morning to afternoon, by afternoon time, if you touch the skin, you will see the hair is growing fast. I cannot find one verse in the Quran that command to wear a beard. Yeah. Well, Muhammad, he mentioned many things about beard. You know, he mentioned even how he mentioned that a Muslim man, he have to shave his mustache and keep a beard, which make you look weird and funny. All right. Yeah, you know, actually, like those who they are in Asia, they have little tiny hair. I think you are lucky. We are not lucky with this beard. It's very annoying, especially in the summertime when it's hot. You know, And thank God I'm not married. Otherwise, I don't think the wife would enjoy a husband with a brush, because those are not beard. Those are, if you touch the hair, do you know those things you clean the dishes with it? The metal. This is exactly how it feels. It's really, it's tough, you know. I mean, if I touch it with my finger, I feel like it's like needles getting inside my fingers. This is how tough they are. You can clean dishes with it. Maybe it's not nice for a man to look with hair totally, but at the same time, if you think about how much you struggle all your life, how much money you spend for it. Seriously, how much money we spend for this beard? I wouldn't be surprised if I calculate it. I will be ending I spend money for the beard to buy a car. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, Asian, they wish to have a beard. This is how a human being is. The one who have a beard, he wish he don't have it. And the one who don't have a beard, he wish he have it. The one who is white, he go to the sun to have a tan. And the one who is dark, he use skin whitening to be white. And the one who is Asian, he want to look white. And the one who is white, he find Asian attractive. I mean, a human being is weird, you know, what we can say. But for me, I'm talking about practical things, not about a look. It's the struggle with it to shave it, you know, and but a human being always is not satisfied with his look, right? Yeah, those ustads, they look funny because they are trying to grow a beard to make themselves look like a, I mean, shave it. What the point of having, like Zakir Naik, he have 10 hairs in his beard, and God knows what he did to make them grow, just to make himself look like a sheikh, like an Arab sheikh. All right, shave it. All right. Women like don't have a hard beard. Okay. Well, thank God I don't have a woman. But I have to say that beard is very useful when it's come to mosquitoes. Like if I go outside in the summertime, mosquitoes will bite my feet, but they cannot bite my legs. I have a coat, my friend. So I can protect myself only by wearing shoes for my feet or socks, and my legs, they cannot bite it because I have a fur. Oof. They can't go through. If they try to go through, they will stuck. Literally, they will stuck, you know. They cannot bite you in your legs. You can't bite you on your chest. You can't bite you in whatever, your hands. You have a fur. They can bite you in your hand, like the you know, not the arm, the hand. They can, yeah, there is not much hair. Or maybe in the back of your arm, because there's not much hair, but the one is exposed to outside, it's protected. So this is one of the benefit of the fur, you know. Wax is a solution. Well, I believe a man doing wax is a shameful thing. I believe, this is my idea, I don't mean to insult anyone. I believe a man should not shave his hair. I think this is disgusting. For me, it's disgusting. God, he made you the way you are. Just keep it the way you are. You know? If you are trying to look like a girl, well, that's your business. Right? And you know, if a person, he shave his hair, imagine a male, he shave his hair, his body, right? Like Muhammad, he used to do that. You did the biggest mistake in your life, because what will happen now, the hair in your body will start growing so fast. Like you see, since I am born until now, I never touch any hair on my body except in my, you know, beard area. But if I shave any part of my body, then the hair will start growing so fast. And then you made yourself a big mistake. So never do that. That's a big mistake. Now, for women, it's a different story. But for a man, why a man want to shave his body anyway? You want to look pretty? Yeah, Mimi Hijab, he shaves his chest. Yeah, I know. Swimmer have to shave their legs and arms for less resistance. I will stop swimming if that will make me do such a thing. That is not right. Same time, how much resistance the hair would do? Do you have a hair like a dog? What resistance? That's come on. That is funny to say that will make resistance. Right? Same time, we have a culture, our culture, a man who shave his hair, his body. For us as a Christian, in Middle Eastern Christians, because Muslim they do. Muhammad, he did shave his body, so they don't have a problem with it. For us as a Middle Eastern Christians, if a man he shave his body hair, they call him Bannut, which means a girly. He's trying to be a girl. It's an insult, you know. And for me, actually, if I don't have a beard, if I don't have a mustache, I will not even recognize myself. I will hate myself, actually. I will feel like something big is missing. I don't know. I will not be me. I will say, like, who is this guy? Anyone know him? You know, like, is he here? Yeah. Yeah, I hate to see myself without, mustache or beard. I will not recognize myself. I'm just being honest with you. Maybe because the beard, it covers some of how ugly you are. Maybe, I don't know. It's possible. Like half of your face is gone. So you are now 50% less ugly. You know, wearing natural mask. Some grow hair, their beard, to hide their small chins. You love my beard more than anything. I hate my beard. I didn't say I love it, but I need it. Not necessarily something you have, you love, but there's things you need. Do I love my shoes? I hate shoes. But we need them, you know. Yeah, I mean, what you can do. There's things you need. There's things you have to. You have no choice. It's like men when they marry women. Are they really in love with women? I don't know. Ask a married man. I think they marry them because they need them more than they love them. And I think the case is the same for women. They marry them because they need them, not because they love them. Anyone agree? Look, everybody is quiet. Now I can tell how many married people are here. A lot. Nobody there. Maybe his wife is watching. Look, nobody says I agree. Yeah, no comment, because your wife, she might be watching. I understand. It's okay. Or your mother-in-law. I mean, it's okay. You know? It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, well, you know, most of people actually, their marriage is not successful because they married, because they need, not because they love. And many people do not make a difference between love and need. So they think that love, or let's say, they are unable to recognize the difference between both. So they mix it up. They think it's the same. No, it's not the same. And this is why at the end, many of them, they end like divorced and problems and fight, and because they don't know really the difference between love and needs. Because some people, they need love, and they get married, which means they need to be loved, but they don't love. They don't know how to love. So it's kind of a selfish thing. So I need attention, I need to be loved. So I look for someone who loves me, and I marry that person because I know he loves me, right? Or, you know, she loves me. So, but I don't love her. So now it's not, there's no love really, it's a need. So the person who marry you because he have needs or she have needs for love, even though you love, still love is not exist in the marriage, because one of you is, he was acting upon his needs. Most of a human being, actually, they behave based on their needs, not based on their, let us say, feeling. So a man, he want to marry a beautiful woman. He have a need for a beautiful woman. He have a special, let us say, description of the needs. It's like doing shopping. You know, you go to do shopping, so you look for what look attractive for you. And those people, they can change, their need will be changed fast because they are doing shopping. And then the other one, which we mentioned already, the one who need love, so he seek it. And then there is a person, he do not need love, and he's not looking for love, but he's looking for company. Let us say he's bored. He don't want to stay alone all day home talking to himself. So he seek a company just for the sake of the company. Which one is you guys? However, I'm not saying any of them are bad. A human being is a poor creature. He need help. You know, we need we can suffer with depression, feeling lonely, need maybe even physical help, like, you know, you're getting older. So there's many things, you know, decide for us, let us say, projects in our life or decision making. A human being, his life is a chain of needs. However, the artist, the one who can make his life a piece of art, is the one who can subdue his needs to fit with his love, which means he can make both work together, not one to win over the other one. Because if you seek love only and there's no need, then there's something practical is missing in that love. But if you have both, you have the needs and the love, that will strengthen both together. Your love will be stronger because you have a need for this person and you love the person already. It's like having a, you know, like a cement with a rock. The cement alone will not do much. The rock alone will not be holding. So the cement and the rock, they bond together and they make a wall. Did I give you a headache? Disrespect Assyrian church? What do you mean Assyrian? You mean Assyrian or East? Is East? I mean, who care what this guy he say? I'd disrespect him for sure. I can confirm that. All right. Anyway, I better go sleep. I have a headache, huh? You guys, my what they call it? Advil. Are you a civil engineer? No. I have degree in law only. I'm not an engineer. But you know, when you want to describe, to explain to people what are your idea, you better deliver it as an image, for that can make it more clear for their understanding. All right. All right, guys. I'm almost going to sleep talking to you. I start yawning too much. Sorry, I can't hide it. Forgive me. I have to go. All right, guys. I'm not going to keep this video actually, because it became too long and it's not with the topic I start with, or maybe I need to shorten it later. But my advice to you, all of us as a Christians, don't be like those evil ones who start cursing each other because they disagree. Always we have to love. We are in love with our Lord. We are in love with our Savior. And all of us, we love Mary. So we don't want to make Mary a point of disagreement. It should be a point of agreement, that all of us, we love and we respect the Blessed Mary. And I think all of us, we agree on that. However, Mary is not our Savior. We love her. Wonderful person, blessed woman. But she is not who is going to save us. So we love all those who serve the Lord, and they prepare for Him to come to us. But the Lord is the most important. It's like building an airport and hiring employees in the airport. But neither the employees, neither the airport is the important. It was the one who would do land between us. So all the preparation we do, all the spending, all the work, all the runway, all the buildings, is just to do the landing. And this is what we need to focus in as a Christians. We need to land safe. The airport where the Lord Himself, He land to us, is going to be the airport where the Lord will take us from to. So prepare yourself to go to the kingdom of God, and don't be an evil person who is, corrupt himself with jealousy and evil and envy. Be loving, be giving, be wonderful, and let us make our disagreement as a bunch of delicious fruit on the table of the Lord. So instead of having one kind of a fruit, we have many fruits. All of them are good. All the opinion can be good, as long they do not dishonor the Lord and His teaching, and do not denounce the Lord that He is the Savior and He is the one who gave Himself to save us. So with this word, I want to say, may the Lord bless you. I will try, if I feel tomorrow better, especially I spoke for long today, to come and to be with you again. If not, maybe the day after. God bless you all, and God is good. So is Jesus. I mean to that. See ya.